Both guys are going to put it all on the line.
They're in each other's way. They cannot both coexist.
Josh Taylor, he's going to finish Teofimo Lopez off.
Teofimo says he wants to kill Josh Taylor.
Everything they said they would deliver on is right in front of them. Puts it down. What a shot! Taylor in complete control. How do you like that? Josh Taylor, he's on top of the world. Teofimo Lopez, showstopper, making highlight after highlight. Oh, what a big shot by Lopez! Homie is on spaghetti legs.
This is boxing. This is what you came to see.
A beautiful evening in New York City, Madison Square Garden, the mecca of boxing, a venue very fitting for a spectacular junior welterweight world title fight coming up later in our main event. But let's take a look at the fights that we're bringing to you tonight on our broadcast. We will open up the show with Giancarlos Rivera taking on Omar Rosario, then move it to Hobson Conceicao's return since that loss to Shakur Stevenson against Nicolas Polanco. Our co-main event tonight, of course, on Puerto Rican weekend in New York City, Xander Zayas and that big smile taking on Ronald Cruz. And then, of course, the main event tonight, the champion, Josh Taylor, taking on the challenger, Teofimo Lopez. It's going down tonight from inside the theater at Madison Square Garden. Christina Poncher joined by my broadcast partner tonight, Jamel Herring, and we've been around these guys the past couple of days. The energy in the city, the trash talk between these two, two guys that have held a lot of hardware in their career, have both been unified champions in their respective weight classes, 135 and now 144. Josh Taylor, your thoughts on our main event tonight before we get started into some undercard action?
Oh, that's a good one. That's going to be a good one. You can really tell that there's a lot of animosity, for starters, between these two individuals. So that's what also makes it for a great matchup, because they're not going to hold anything back within the ring. But overall, there's a lot of skill between both the two individuals, more importantly. So it's definitely going to be a good. It's going to be a good fight. I wouldn't call it a chess match because, like I said again, so much animosity. I feel like it's going to be a brawl from bell to bell.
Yeah, I mean, these two guys have been asked all week about the trash talk during this promotion. If it's been, personal, it's just selling the fight. And as much as they say, we know it is not personal. He says things about me, and right. I don't know. I feel like I think there's a little bit of personal beef in between these two, and they will get to settle that tonight in just a few hours from now in our main event. That fight scheduled for 12 rounds in the WBO welterweight world title fight. But before we get to that fight, we are going to bring you some bonus coverage of a couple heavyweights in the ring now. We'll join that fight in progress. Quick look here at the tail of the tape, Jamel, for these two heavyweights.
Tail of the tape. My man Kaniba is back. Let me look at here. Let's look at here. Oh, I'm looking at the reach. The reach is definitely the big thing that stands out for me.
Absolutely.
So far, he's been using it well equiply in the 4 rounds leading up to this round so far.
And that 86-inch reach is one of the longest reaches of all active fighters in boxing right now for heavyweights, and of course in that kind of super heavyweight class, if you will, standing at 6'8" tall. You can see right away now with the two principals in the ring as we enter round 5 the size difference between Kanaiba and Olguin. Jamel and I, as we've been watching the first 4 rounds, Kanaiba has had his way for the most part, using good jab, good shots. I mean, Olguin's got some good shots into the body. As you see there, right on you. But without, me being an official scorer, likely Olguin has had the upper hand through the first 4 rounds of this fight as we join this scheduled 8-rounder in round 5.
And he's had the upper hand, but you would like to see more because you and I both know how stacked the division is. And let's be honest, a fighter like Olguin doesn't need to be in there, honestly, this long. And it's not a knock against him, but also, but if you want to make an impact in this division, again, you gotta lay something big on your opponents, especially when you got guys in front of you. You gotta make a statement.
Olguin's last 3 fights were 2 losses and a draw. His last fight being a loss to Otto Wallin back in January of this same year. You recently saw Damian Kanaiba on the Shakur Stevenson Yoshino undercard over across the water in Newark. Not that long ago, undefeated Polish heavyweight, 11-0 with 7 KOs, signed to Top Rank.
And again, like you pointed out, it's not that he's fighting just to fight tonight. He's signed with Top Rank in the stable, and that stable alone within the company is deep. So if you want to stand out, this is where it starts, especially in a city like New York.
Well, since they've signed him, they've been keeping him pretty active. Big shot right there in the blue corner. Olguin deflecting some of these shots, but a lot of them landing square on his chin.
I think Kanaiba heard what I was saying.
Bit of blood now coming from the nose of Olguin.
He took some shots. But like you mentioned, there's some of them he's rolling off, but he took a couple of them square on the chin. Nice double up in the jab, follow with the right hand from Kanaiba.
You can tell Olguin, his guard is not as tight as it was. Those hands are starting to hang a little bit more at the hip as he's getting clipped with some good shots here.
But again, Kanaiba self short, and he's kind of giving it back because he threw a couple of shots, and he just automatically just fell in right to Olguin's arm. Stop. Time.
Let's try to listen in here to the corner.
He's okay. 2 more rounds. How do you feel, champ? All right. Yo, he's ready to go. It's not resistance. His cut is good. He's ready to go right now. Test him with the jab, sharp jab, hard jab. Right hand to the body. You work up and down with the body, but be smart. All right? You can get him out of here. He's ready to go. All right? Get some more water. I'm okay. Yo.
You got to show me something. You got to show me something this round. You have to. But I need it the whole round. I don't need just 5 seconds of the round. I need the whole round. If you ain't showing me offense, then you showing me defense.
Get to work.
So you heard the head trainer of Eliman Olguin telling him, you need to show me something this round, and not just for a minute, for the whole round. So possibly looking at a corner stoppage if they don't like what they see from their fighter here coming out in this next round, round 6.
You see the commissioner, everyone's already looking at him. So.
And Sade Murdoch, the 3rd man in the ring tonight as well, has a good grasp on what's been going on, as he should. So let's see. And on the other side of it, you heard
they told him he's ready to go.
Kanaiba's corner telling him he's ready to go. They get that same sense.
You see how he came out once they commenced the action. He jumped right on him, Kanaiba. But then again, he falls right to those lows where he gets kind of lazy, in my opinion, and takes, instead of just moving around the ring for a breather, he'll rather just fall in and lay on his opponent. Which could be effective in the heavyweight division, but at the same time, it's like, it's telling. It's telling. Good body shot.
Controlling the distance with that left-handed jab out of the orthodox stance.
He's bouncing. Got a little bounce in the step now.
Olguin's corner wanting him to kind of let his hands go and throw some punches to show him something, calling out various numbers of punches from the first round.
Good count. Good count. Good attempt.
Shot to the body by O'Keefe with the lead left hand.
Stop.
And with Top Rank putting Kaneba in back-to-back shows here on the East Coast, I mentioned his last show in Newark. The last card he was on in Newark back in April, now June here in New York. I mean, they're trying to kind of build up that Polish fan base here on the East Coast, but he's got to give the fans a little something exciting to come out.
To come out to. And we know he's a good fighter. We know he got for the text. He just needs to bring it out a little bit more. See, right there, he gives it away, and he gives his opponent a chance to tie up and grab him.
His last fight ended in an 8th round stoppage. He had a 2nd round knockout in December, and then it went the distance in the fight right before that. So 1 knockout in his last, well, I guess technically 2, because the stop was at the end of the 8th round in his last fight that he was stopped, when he stopped his opponent, Curtis Harper. But he's been sparring much better guys than he's even faced in the ring as opposition. Adam Kaunaki, Otto Valin, I believe Jarrell Miller.
Get a towel. Breathe. Control your breathing. Breathe. Deep breath. 3 deep breaths. Nice. Now, I don't care what you do, just press it around. You can touch him. Trust your defense, all right? You touch it. He's going to come forward, right? You touch, hard right hand. Come back with a right uppercut, right and left hook, right? And keep touching him. Every time he comes to you, just touch him. He's going to be open for a punch, all right? That's how you rest, all right? Take your time, all right? Defense is everything.
Nice clear instruction there in the Kaneba corner by Sean George.
And you already said at the end, defense is everything. Meaning, like, when he gets his shots off, but he tries to fall in, sometimes he gets hit with those short sides from O'Keefe, because
just like that.
Defense is everything.
Put it out there, you got to use it.
At the same time, though, he needs to start sitting on his punches. I understand he's trying to be elusive with his footwork, but he really needs to sit on that right hand a little bit more, because if you watch, O'Keefe, he's walking directly to him, so you can just set him up with the jab and just blind him with the jab and throw that right hand right behind it if he wants.
A body shot lands with the left hand for O'Keefe. The body goes Kaneba again, down to the body. Back up top with the lead left hand.
And I was going to mention, I don't know if you all who are tuning in can hear the extra commentary behind us from O'Keefe's corner, but they're telling them the right instructions. You know, they let them know, listen, if your man is not doing anything, it's time for you to work. Don't just sit there and look at him. You know, go to work yourself. I get it, he looks a little tired in there, but again, I'm pretty sure that Kaneba is just as tired as well, because his output has dropped significantly as well. Now they're conversating. So yeah, they're tired. And O'Keefe's corner urging him to drop an arm or two to the body, which in his case, it's him being in the southpaw stance. That'll be a left straight hand to the body.
There's a hook to the body, then back upstairs for Kaneba. And he uses his weight to push him back here against the ropes.
Work, son, work. The hands are free. Work, man, work.
Near the referee, hands are free, man. Work, man, work.
Great combination there.
And he gives it away. He gives it back.
Okay, stop.
Or stops his own momentum.
Smothering his shots.
Yeah, absolutely. Clearly.
Oh, another big right hand gets in from Kaneba.
And O'Gean got hit with that shot because when he was throwing those wild hooks, he was looking the whole time looking directly at the ground, so he couldn't see what was coming back at him when he got caught. Just like that, he'll charge him with his head down, and he'll stay with his head down until he's done with his offense.
Crowd filling in nicely here at the theater at Madison Square Garden.
Right? I want you to be sharp. Stay behind your defense, right? I want you to be a sniper right now.
Makes me wonder, though, if we did the fight in the big room,
Trust me.
I'm pretty sure Josh Taylor and all of Scotland would have still came.
Oh, it's the theater's sold out. So
Yeah.
every seat tonight will be filled, and that was kind of a point that
They both
those
made.
two principals agreed on in our main event. Both Josh Taylor and Teofimo Lopez felt like this fight should be in the big room at Madison Square Garden. And perhaps if they looked a little bit better, respectively, in each of their last two performances, maybe.
Last round. Finish strong.
I'm not sure.
He's coming out hard.
But nonetheless, when you have two excellent fighters in Josh Taylor and Teofimo Lopez, two guys that have collected a lot of hardware in their career, Josh Taylor being undisputed at 140 pounds, Teofimo Lopez unified at 135.
Exactly. They were both.
This was a big fight to make when Teofimo Lopez was moving up to 140 pounds. He wanted to fight for all those belts. A little less hardware now for Josh Taylor, being that he's either stripped or vacated some of those belts. Tonight, only the WBO and, of course, the Lineal Ring Magazine.
The one that actually matters, the Lineal Championships on the line. That's all that matters.
So, better late than never, but there's been a lot to talk about with those guys in our main event, and we'll keep you up to speed on all things Taylor and Teo as we get closer to our main event. But for right now, some bonus coverage before we get into our four-fight broadcast.
Stop. Pick your head up, baby.
2 minutes left in this heavyweight contest scheduled for 8 rounds.
Credit to O'Gean, like he's trying, he's definitely trying. He's actually the one trying to push the fight right now. It's just that he just gets a little sloppy when he tries to push forward and he opens up too much. He's throwing wide shots, and every time he opens up, he gets hit down the pipe with something with at least 2-punch combination from Kaneba. Like again, a second ago, O'Gean's corner is telling him to run it. But again, like it's hard to run it when you've been taking shots all night, especially down to the body, just like that.
Yep.
Ooh, nice.
He's taken a lot of shots. He's shown that he does have a solid chin, that he is durable even at 39 years old against the 27-year-old Kaneba. Just under a minute left to go here in this fight.
He's trying, though, he's pushing.
Well, he landed a right hand there
that was
as
good.
well.
Yeah. I mean, he got some dog in him. He got some dog. Kaneba kind of breathing, his mouth was open, kind of breathing a little heavy after that break. But still, still don't let his hands go. But you can tell he's definitely fatigued.
Stop. Look, man.
We have seen, through about midway, at the midway point of the fight, I think Kaneba, if he wants to fight some of these better heavyweights, he's going to have to work on his conditioning in one way or another. Because there was a lot of holding, a lot of, open mouth, breathing, and you could tell that both of these guys were looking up at the clock as we got closer to the end.
To add on what you said, too, about the conditioning, yeah, some might think, oh, it's heavyweights. No, today's heavyweights nowadays, they have nutritionists, they work with fitness coach training and things of that nature. So a lot of these heavyweights can go the distance without an issue. So that right there handicaps him if he's not in the mix of, taking care of his body, not only within training camp, but outside of camp as well.
And this is just an 8-round fight.
Yeah,
so
right, exactly.
It was about halfway through, even when we joined on the telecast here with you guys, that we're like, oh, these guys look like a little bit tired. There was times that they were leaning on each other on the ropes, and the referee was like, keep working, keep working.
What's going on? Yeah, let your hands go.
So the judges will tally up the scorecards. We'll get the official decision, and then we'll move on to Omar Rosario taking on Giancarlos Rivera, two Puerto Rican fighters with a combined record of 18-1. You knew this card was going to feature some Puerto Ricans on this weekend here in New York City. Top Rank has put on a card on this weekend for the past almost 20 years. Many of them headlined early on back in the 2000s by Miguel Cotto. And ever since, honestly, I think the promoter has been looking for the next guy to help kind of carry that torch for Puerto Rico. Even the island probably themselves have been looking for who that next guy
is. That next guy could potentially be Zayas, who's coming up later on tonight, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds here inside the theater at Madison Square Garden, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. John Basile, Alan Nace, and Robin Taylor all scored about 79-73. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Damian, the Polish Hussar, Kaneba!
So all three judges giving 7 of the 8 rounds to Damian Kaneba, who remains undefeated, improving his professional record now to 12-0 with 7 KOs.
Yeah, the win's a win, but again, there's if you want to be great in this division, or let alone become a champion, there's a lot of things he needs to work on. But overall, he got the win, so that's really all that matters now. Hopefully, he looks at his tape, goes back to the drawing board, and does what he needs to do.
We'll take a quick look at a recap of this fight, and some of the early work where you can see that Kaneba got off to a really good start against Olguin, landing shots to the body, then back upstairs.
And he has a good right hand. He just needs to give it more leverage, start smothering himself, as you see right there. Like again, boom, the right hand, and he lines up perfectly when he puts good leverage on it, as you see right there. But then at times he'll fall in just like that, and then he'll stop his own momentum every time. Nice sneaky uppercut too. He has a little good right uppercut. Yeah. Yep. And the body shots aren't bad either. Just that he has to give himself some space and just believe.
So the winner tonight gets some more rounds in the bank in his second fight under the Top Rank promotional umbrella. And I'm sure we'll see him in action a couple more times before the year is over. They like to keep their guys busy. Let's talk a little bit more, Jamel, about our main event tonight. The WBO and Lineal Junior Welterweight World Championship between Josh Taylor and Teofimo Lopez coming up in a few hours here. The Tartan Tornado, Josh Taylor, undefeated at 19-0, southpaw. Teofimo telling us in the fighter meetings, I like to fight southpaws. In fact, he fought 4 of them in his 19 professional fights. But what is it about Josh Taylor that makes him so special?
Josh Taylor, I've known Josh for over 10 years. We actually fought each other in the amateurs, and we became great friends since then. And I remember him, making the Olympic team, but he wasn't never the guy chosen to go all the way. So I give Josh a lot of credit and respect because he's come a long way from the Olympics back in 2012 to now, because he actually had to earn everything he's gotten the hard way. From joining the tournaments, to capture most of his titles, to facing my good friend and teammate Jose Ramirez is here tonight, and now he's here fighting Teofimo Lopez.
And for the takeover, Teofimo Lopez, 18-1, 13 KOs. I mean, when this guy burst on the scene, everybody was like, wow.
Yeah, right.
We have something special here. He checks every box. Those questions and those feelings have, wavered a little bit in recent contests. I mean, after beating Vasily Lomachenko and coming to that fight at the underdog, since that point, that loss to Cambosis, comes back, moves up to 140. Pedro Campas, Sandor Martin, not that same confidence. What does he need to do to get the job done tonight? And bring that back. Bring that feeling that we all had back.
Well, we can't talk about it now because it's kind of what I'm going to say is kind of too late. But I think for him to bring that back, he has to get rid of a lot of those distractions outside of the ring. We already know he's naturally talented. He has what it takes. He's a phenomenal athlete. He just has to bring that dog back, and whatever is in his mind that's blocking him from being great, he needs to put that to the side, especially tonight with a guy against Josh Taylor, and go back to being the Teofimo Lopez of old.
All right, well, a lot of questions will be answered in due time, just a few hours from now. Let's take a look at our principals coming up in our next fight. Omar Rosario taking on Giancarlo Rivera. Here's some highlights of new era Rosario. 10-0, 3 KOs, just 25 years old. Such a baby face, though. We sat there and talked to him, and a couple of the guys said, show us your driver's license. Now you're really 25 years old, but multiple-time gold medalist, Puerto Rican national champion. As we take a look at some footage from the weigh-ins yesterday, there is the Giancarlo Rivera fighter out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Omar Rosario fighting out of Acuaguas, Puerto Rico.
For Omar, the new era weight division.
This is going to be a good little scrap right here, in my opinion.
Tail the tape, Giancarlo Rivera versus Omar Rosario. Only thing that really stands out, they both stayed at 5'10", but only thing that really stands out is the slight reach advantage going to Giancarlo Rivera's favor. Should be a great one, though.
Here's Mark Chinook making the official introductions.
Clark. Introducing first out of the blue corner, presented in association with Hard Hitting Promotions. He weighed in at 138.4 pounds, wearing black trunks with pink trim. His record, 8 victories with only 1 defeat. 6 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Vieques, Puerto Rico, Giancarlo La Dinamita Rivera. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 139.2 pounds, wearing black trunks with red trim. His record, perfect. 10 fights, 10 victories. 3 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Caguas, Puerto Rico, Omar, the new era, Rosario.
All right, fellas, y'all had your instructions, dressing room. Protect the mende, todo mental. Protect yourself at all times. Tokalos, touch them up.
Sean Clark, the third man in the ring tonight. Christina Poncher and Jamel Herring here with you on the call. Thank you for joining us. Battle of 2 Puerto Rican fighters. This one's scheduled for 8 rounds. In fact, the first 8-rounder for both of these fighters in their young careers. It's the 10th professional fight for Rivera, the 11th for Rosario. Rivera in the black trunks with pink trim, Rosario in the black trunks with red trim. And right away you see the stances there. Rivera is a southpaw.
And looking at the record so far of Rivera and between Rosario and Rivera, Rivera is actually the bigger puncher despite the 1 loss on his record. So I want to see how he does against a top quality fighter in Rosario.
Nice body shot to start from Rivera. Rivera is training underneath the tutelage of Bozy Ennis. He sparred a lot of rounds with Bruce Ennis, in fact calling him his big brother in boxing. He's learned from all those guys there in Philly, so he's been getting some good work to prepare for what he believes is a very tough task, though, in Rosario.
And Rivera, so far, he's been shooting a lot of heavy artillery down to the body.
Don't let him get comfortable. Keep
From Rosario just a few moments ago, though.
Right, no punching. Watch the hands in there, fellas. Watch your hands. Right back.
Both of these fighters feeling a huge source of pride fighting on a weekend like this, Puerto Rican Parade weekend. I understand the magnitude of the exposure and support that they get on shows like this.
And credit the top rank for also making a competitive matchup, you know, with two Puerto Rican fighters on their weekend.
Absolutely.
Woo, there was some heat on that one from Rivera that just missed Rosario. But I like what so far from Rivera. Everything starts with the jab with him, and it's not just a tap. It's a strong, stiff jab that he started with. So you can clearly tell they both want to make a statement. I don't think anybody wants to take a loss on this weekend of all weekends.
That's for sure. Body shot gets in for Rosario.
The problem is with Rivera at times when he throws that two, he'll kind of fall over his lead foot and he'll lose all momentum, and then you'll see Rosario either slip or counter at times. So he'll start out right now with the jab. He'll touch the jab, but when he tries to throw that his left hand, he falls over. See, he'll fall over his lead foot.
Good action here in round one in this scheduled 8-rounder.
So every time he falls over, what does Rosario do? Counter.
Bring it down.
Look into the Rosario corner.
Use your jab. Keep ripping that body, man. You want to break him down a little bit. He trying to set one right hand or something like that. Keep jabbing. You got to make him work. Make him work, man. You in shape, man. Make him work. Everything behind the jab, man. Then go to the body. Go to the body.
And there's a look at the champ, Josh Taylor, arriving here at Madison Square Garden just moments ago, getting ready for his scheduled 12-round world championship title defense against Teofimo Lopez. His wife looking beautiful, and a nice gift there. Some custom sneakers for the Tartan Tornado. Love that. I got my sneakers on tonight as well.
We all do.
On
yeah, we all got our J's on. It's New York.
I love it. He has just had a good demeanor all week. He's had good energy. He's very well prepared, confident, even during the weight cut day, everything. I mean, I truly do believe him when he says that he's back to feeling like how he did before Jose Ramirez fight. And I truly do have confidence in the fact that he said that his preparation has been, second to none in his career for this fight.
Oh, I believe it, because you can clearly tell just from his demeanor yesterday during the weigh, before the weigh-in, after the weigh-in, and more importantly, to the whole week he's been here. He's just been a good sport about things. So every time Rivera, though, when he tries to throw that two, that left hand, he falls over, and we get the dog fights like this. You can hear Rivera's corner saying, "Get your feet right, get your feet right."
The directions of Jose Ennis in the Rivera corner. His son, John Ennis, one of the very talented fighters at 147 pounds, just on the cusp there, looking for a really big fight and a world title shot that Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford probably say, not so quick, not so fast. Although he would say he's ready tomorrow for that opportunity. And there would find a lot of people that would back boots up on that.
But I'm sure, you know, Boots is like, I'm pretty sure he wants to also see that fight as well. So I'm pretty sure he's like, you know
I'll
what?
take the winner.
I'll sit back, wait my shot, but I want to see this first.
Nice chin shot there from Rosario. Gets Rivera fired up, caught his attention. Nice uppercut, gets in and a counter left hook.
They out there, they throwing bombs. Oh, nice sneaky body shot, yeah, from Rosario.
I felt that one.
Tucking that elbow.
Yep.
No punch.
I don't know. Rivera's corner saying right back, but like again, like that body shot you pointed out, kind of takes a while before you can jump right back into it like that. But I like how Rosario, you know, he sees in the moment and jumping right on him, not giving Rivera a chance to rest.
And Rosario gave Rivera a lot of credit in the fighter meetings as they both exchanged there.
Yeah.
You know, he said that he's a good fighter. He has good techniques. He's got a good hook. I'm very familiar with him.
And he knew he was going to be hungry because he knew that it was two Puerto Rican fighters fighting on this weekend, and he knew that one didn't want to give up their momentum to the other. So he knew he was coming in here against.
And Rivera actually fought Rosario's brother as an amateur when they were trying to win the position on the national team. So
who won?
Rosario's brother beat Rivera. So he knows that Rivera's trying to get some get back tonight for Rosario's brother beating him.
Gotta get it in blood.
That's right. So he said, I want to get another win for the Rosario family against Mr. Rivera.
La recta está llegando. Tienes que confiar más en la tuya. En la tuya. En la tuya. ¿Ah? Vivo con la de adelante, que no tiene más nada. Con la de atrás te la tira más defensiva. La de adelante cuando está cerca hay que hacer flexión para ese lado. Para ese lado va a ponérsela por aquí detrás. ¿Ah? Vamos. Haz lo que trabaje. Vamos, pon el cambio. Que
To sit on for Giancarlo Rivera.
That's
Mr. Ennis said, stand your
There's also a psychological thing to your opponent. Turn right to him, he comes right out.
And look to land that lead right hook to the body, but instead of left hand, straight left hand lands in.
And I like Rivera. You can tell that he's well conditioned and he's had a good camp. He just needs to you know, just relax just a bit. He's too excited and hyped to get to Rosario. And Rosario just sitting back and waiting for him every time. Good body shot, two body shots.
That left hand to the body, though, is not being thrown hard, but it's landing often. There it is again.
Because you know why? You know why it's not landing hard? Because if you watch carefully, he's trying to focus most of his momentum on that right hook that you pointed out. He'll throw the left. See, he'll throw the left to get him in position for the right hook every time. Good jab.
Good jab with the right hand from Rosario.
That's a good fight.
That's what we thought.
Yeah. There, the left hand gets him there to just throw that right hook every time.
I like that slick duck under and return with the left body shot from Rosario there.
But I'm glad he's investing to the body because again, these both are young individuals with a lot of energy in them. So if you want to really set Rosario for that right hook, you gotta take his legs away so he can be a sitting target so you can land it right on the chin. Right now, at times Rosario should be first. He's doing great countering, but at times he waits for Rivera to start the offensive first before he'll throw something back.
Come on, Carlos, right back on it. Let's go. Right back. Don't wait on him, man. Right back.
A little showbone from Rivera. I think out of the way those punches.
Took a glance over to his corner.
A little diddy bop. Good right hand from Rosario. Snuck it down there from Rivera did.
getting just out of range of these shots coming from Rivera is Rosario. I think he's getting a sense of where he wants to be in terms of distance.
Good left hook on Rosario.
And another Puerto Rican fighter on the card tonight in our co-main event. 20-year-old Xander Zayas, as he's getting his hands wrapped, will be defending his NABF and NABO junior middleweight world titles. As Mike Basil gets the tape set up on that left hand of Xander Zayas, and he's definitely a prospect to watch, in my opinion. Would you agree, Jamal?
Oh yeah, definitely. I can say right now, depending on how this night goes, he definitely be going into from prospect though to contender, potentially top contender the way he performs. And he's been getting better every fight. I know he had that whole setback with everything when it was helping everything, but it's great to see him back, and he feels like he's more mature, that he's being considered more of an adult now with the decisions in and out the gym, and he just wants to be a better person overall, he said, you know.
Signed at 17 years old, the youngest fighter ever to be signed to Top Rank. A title previously held by Gabriel Flores Jr. And since then, I mean, 3 years, 15-0, 10 knockouts, very comfortable at 154 pounds, weighing 152 for this junior middleweight fight. But I'm excited to see him back in the ring tonight. He is matched against Ronald Cruz, who's extremely durable, who has a great personality, and who has had Xander Zayas on the mind since December, as this fight was originally planned, you know, for a few months ago, before Xander Zayas suffered an injury.
I like the fact that during the fight meeting yesterday, that Xander knew what he was getting into when he said that, listen, Cruz, I can't take him lightly because I know what he's here for. I know he's coming here to win, and he's just as excited as I am. So I gotta be sharp with this guy.
What a sharp punches coming at the hands of Rosario here to start round 4.
Yeah, he's just staying cool, calm, and collective in there.
That shot, Rivera landed, popped the head back of Rosario, and a mouthpiece comes out.
And if you can hear Rivera's calling the same uppercut, because at times during that whole little scurry, Rosario was leaning into the chest of Rivera, so that easily set him up for the uppercut.
As they get to work on the mouthpiece quickly of Rivera.
So every time he throws that, Rivera throws that left hand, he brings back that hook every time.
Bite down on that mouthpiece.
Yeah, definitely got to bite down on that mouthpiece though. Good counter from Rosario. And Rivera just glanced to the side, probably at the time in the ring.
So nice shot by Rivera up top.
Finally get that hook in there.
He sure did.
And I like how Rosario, he's smart. Like he knows Rivera is always going to overextend. So what does Rosario do? He'll take that half step back, and then he'll come back with a shot of his own.
There he goes and touches him there with the left hand. Timed it perfectly, coming in again with the right hand.
And it allows him to get the full leverage on those punches instead of him smothering his shots. Good body shot. A little sneaky body shot from Rosario just there a moment ago.
Block those.
Yeah, he's blocking. He's catching those shots now. Because it's the same thing from Rivera. It's the 1-2, but it's the 1-2 up top.
Hágale duro, otra Háblame duro otra vez. Oye, estamos mejor que nunca. Hay que seguir, pero con los waving, cuando estás cerca, no te dejes que te amarre. No dejes que te amarre. Oye, estamos en chiva. Estamos en chiva. No ha ganado ni un segundo del asalto. Vamos, háblame duro otra vez.
Yeah, giving you too much space to work. He can't fuck with you inside. No, he don't know what to do on the inside. You got to keep that gap close. You keep jumping out. Stop jumping out. When we work in the gym, them pivots, them angles, different angles. Off the angles, man. Just relax, man. Relax. Do what you do, man.
Get to the second half of the fight, round 5, scheduled for 8.
Nice little counter from Rosario. Now he's catching on to every time. Oh, he got caught there. But for the first couple of seconds in the round, every time Rivera would go down, he would come back. He would counter Rivera with a right uppercut.
Rivera's had a good start, though, to this round. He's landed some punches in those first 2 sets of combinations that he's thrown.
Every time. He hit the corner. You threw some good shots and then go sit back and look at him. They ain't like that. Keep working, Rivera. Keep working. But it's a good, to me, it's a pretty even matchup. They both have their moments. Rivera is definitely the aggressor, but Rosario is the more, calm, well-balanced. He'll sit back, he'll counter. He doesn't like to waste shots.
He's more efficient with his shots.
He doesn't like to waste them. Good body shot from Rosario. Good job.
He's going to shoot that lead uppercut. Is Rosario just missed, landed a right hand there, and then a right hand lands back from Rivera.
I like how he's sitting in the pocket, though, again, just being calm and just catching shots and shooting back. Rosario, that is. Nice little two-piece combination from Rivera.
And Rivera is initiating more of the contact in this round, something that you mentioned earlier, Jamal, that you wanted him to do more.
He's been keeping a good pace. He's been pushing the fight. He just got like, again, it's just some things he has to work on with his technique. In terms of not falling over so much, and even now he's kind of a bit squared up. Where you can see Rosario, he'll place his head on the shoulder of Rivera to stay out of harm's way from getting hit with something. And even on the other side. Ooh.
Step back.
Body shot scores for Rivera.
But he fell in and gave it right back. And now look where he's at, on the ropes. Rosario, he doesn't need to fall in either, though. Get some space in.
Tiny little step
back. Get some space and then go to work.
Hook gets in and lands there. Good start to the round from Rivera, good finish to the round from Rosario.
Absolutely.
Hard round to score there.
Hágame duro. Duro por la nariz. Métalo allá adentro. Estamos bien. Dale, trabaja, Alan. Olvídate de ellos, puñeta. Vamos. Alan, está bien, ya, ahí. Yo lo saco ahora.
You see when you fight him inside and plant that feet, man, and start ripping them shots. Don't be just turning like this. Sit down with that shit. You know what I mean? You breaking him down. What round is this?
Gotta be smart.
Six. Yeah, come on, man. You got, yeah.
Down, man.
Let your hands go. Let it go. Push you back. Push you back. Check it out!
Vamos. Vamos bien.
Rivera's corner looking for him to sit down a little more on his shots. They want him to bring some of that power from his base.
But it's like we said about the last round. He comes out strong. He just got to keep it up. But not keep up that pace, but keep control of the round.
That's good. Shots down and back up with the right hand from Rivera.
But I agree with you also. It is definitely a harder fight to score. Honestly, they both had their moments. Good counter, good short shots from Rosario on the inside. Again, you see that he's just staying cool, calm, and just catching them because he basically knows what Rivera's going for. He starts with the body. So what do? He basically goes into a shoulder roll to protect his body now, and he'll shoot up.
Actress and boxing aficionado Rosie Perez has made her way ringside. You know she wasn't going to miss a battle of Puerto Ricans or to be present to witness the sweet science on a weekend that celebrates Puerto Rican heritage here in New York City. And a big boxing fan and a knowledgeable boxing fan she is here early on the night. Always great to see her when we're here in New York City. And she's just a sweet person. Come said hello to us when she got here, and always appreciate her presence and her support. The sport we love so much.
Good body shots from Rivera.
Yeah, just having another good round here. Good start to the round. And then Rosario able to get himself some space and land some shots. Good hook there. A deep breath there from Rosario.
I was just about to say, Rosario needs to show us all why he's considered the new era.
And still kind of making that transition from his amateur to pro style. 10 pro fights, but such a talented amateur, gold medalist in numerous national championship tournaments in Puerto Rico. 2017 gold medalist, 18, 2020, 2020 future champions tournament gold medalist. Some guys, it just takes a little bit longer.
Yeah, because I mean, with that being said, I'll add on to that. When you see a lot of guys who have so many fights in an amateur-based system, it takes them a little bit longer to transition, like you mentioned, to that pro style.
Yeah, he had an amateur record of 175 and 35. So we're talking over 200 amateur fights for Omar Rosario.
Good right hand from Rosario, though.
Both fighters getting ready here for round 7, the first time as professionals. Another change for both of them. Only have been the 6th round distance. Never been in scheduled 8-rounders before.
You're doing good inside, but sit down and whip those shots.
BT, come on. Deep breath.
What? Yeah, put that shit together, man. You gotta put that shit together. He told me you gotta stop him. I don't know what he's talking about. This is a close fight. You gotta keep pushing him back, man. Put that shit together, man. I'm telling you, man. Can't let this shit get away. Any time, too. You know what I mean? Yeah, sit down, man. There ain't no boo, there ain't no boo.
And I will say, he's not lying to him. He's telling him what he needs to know, what he needs to hear. You're letting it get away from you every time. You just stop doing anything in here. Gotta change it up a bit. Every time it starts with that jab up top and that 2 to the body. Every round, I don't know why. Rosario, he picked it up before, but now it's like he's getting lazy in there himself. He's got back up to the ropes. But it also goes up to what you pointed out 3 rounds ago when you said that Rivera, he always starts out at the beginning great, but then over time, Rosario comes back to pick him off. So it's very hard to score these rounds.
And then depending on where you're sitting as a judge, I mean, Rivera's doing a lot of work on the inside, but like a lot of those shots right now were blocked by Rosario.
But the judge across from us, he's probably thinking, you know, that shot landed just from hearing that little impact. So yeah, it's definitely hard to score some of these rounds if you're an official.
My break.
Rivera's trainer saying, get your back off the ropes. He's telling him the right thing. Keep it in the center of the ring. You're more effective in the center of the ring, not just for his own style, but for the judges to see what is going on, like you pointed out before.
And Rivera's been consistent with that body attack.
Yeah, yes. Credit to Rosario for still pushing though forward. Even now Rosario's having his moments. As soon as they broke, he went right back at it.
Sure did. Maybe a slight bit of fatigue being demonstrated even for Rosario holding like he is right now. I'm used to seeing him kind of work a little bit more off the jab and give himself a little bit more space, and a lot of clinching, a lot of holding. Sean Clark's had his hands full.
Yeah, this is new territory. They're both their first 8-rounder.
Correct.
And they're both young fighters, so we got to take that into consideration as well. But yeah, definitely a lot of clinching.
One of the things that Rosario told us when we talked to him this week was, I just sparred more rounds to prepare, and I know I can take my time and be a little bit more patient. But this fight's close.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So
good counter from Rosario.
Patience was the name of the game early. It's probably best for him to step on the gas, because right now Rivera's the one pressing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Rivera's he's definitely out to win. Nice attempt from Rosario trying to counter it. Ooh, nice combination from Rosario.
The clean punches when he has that space and
he always finishes strong.
Not sure it was enough in that round for Rosario to take it. Robson Conceicao versus Nicholas Polanco is coming up next. That fight scheduled at 130 pounds for 10 rounds. And then our co-main event, Zayas taking on Cruz, and our main event, Josh Taylor, Teofimo Lopez, still to come.
Oye, te quedas acá, se la pones por la recta y el López por el medio, está cogiendo coja. Quédate tranquilo, hay que definir el asalto. Hay que definir el asalto. ¿Ah? Estamos bien, hay que cerrar con broche de oro. Estamos ganando, hay que cerrar con el broche de oro ahora. Las manos limpias, defínalo temprano. La recta, el López por el medio y después por el lado, la volada.
All right, they'll touch him up for this 8th and final round. What is going to back and forth, a little scrap here between Rivera and Rosario.
I was just saying, looking at Rosario's face, I'm like, you'd have thought they'd have fought 12 rounds.
Nobody's been knocked down. Nobody's been hurt.
No.
Back and forth action. A lot of the rounds started strong for Rivera, finished strong by Rosario. Bodywork's been consistent from Rivera. Rosario has been more economical with his punches, but likely have the higher connect percentage, although we don't have the benefit of CompuBox numbers officially for this fight.
I wish we did, because I would love to see the output of Rivera, because he's been throwing.
Sure has.
And just like you said, Rosario just been the more, effective. Well, I won't say Rivera's not effective. He just, again, he's just been landing, he doesn't waste punches on his end, Rosario.
This body shot got in there from Rivera.
A little sneaky uppercut from Rosario. But this is where they don't want Rivera on the ropes. See, again, I knew it. Off the ropes. And we're halfway through this round. Referee had to know.
Rosario breathing deep now. Once again, holding here Rivera as Rivera takes a quick look at the clock.
good fight.
It is good work here again from Rivera.
I know one thing, the both of them, they're going to learn a lot. Take a lot in this fight.
Yeah, and you said, I mean, you were giving kudos to the matchmakers before the fight even got started. You said testing both of these guys.
They're going to earn their keep tonight.
In their 10th and 11th professional fight, respectively.
Yeah, but definitely an even matchup.
Turn over. Up right. Let's go.
20 seconds left in the fight.
Right, clean. Step back. Step back.
Tired. That's fatigue. That's fatigue.
Stop at the bell.
To the body they go, exchanging punches until the final bell. Puerto Rico versus Puerto Rico.
Give them a round of applause.
And they picked up every little ounce that they had left.
Yes.
They let it go in those last 10 seconds. And this one's going to go to the scorecards, which will be very interesting.
Be a good one, yeah. It was surprising.
Yep. The thing about an 8-round fight.
We should get 2 more. I don't know. The fatigue factor is not set for 2 more rounds. But I would love to see when they get there. I would love to see it again, though.
You're just like, why couldn't we see that a little bit more?
Yeah. I like that week.
And I'm sure for Omar Rosario, when we talked to him, he talked about how much fighting on this weekend and everything meant to him, and the pressures of and what it means being inspired by Miguel Cotto his whole career, and being from the same city Miguel Cotto is from. But tonight, he was in a tough fight.
Yeah, he was
in a
tough
tough fight. Rivera brought it. And both now playing to the crowd and giving respect to one another.
Love to see it.
And I love the point, though, that you made earlier, Jamel, is no matter what, win or lose, these guys will be better after this fight because of the 8 rounds that they just went through with each other.
That's probably so far to date, probably the toughest fight mutually.
And something for Rosario, he only went 1 round in his last fight. He won by first round knockout. The last time he got rounds in, which was 6 rounds, was in November of 2022. So getting those rounds in, like you said, it's important. Mark Chinook's in the ring. He's ready with the decision. Let's go to Mark Chinook.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds here inside the theater at Madison Square Garden, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Mark Constantino, Robert Perez, and Don Trella all score the bout 77-75 for your winner by unanimous decision. Omar, the new era, Rosario.
And the winner tonight, still undefeated, Omar Rosario, 77-75 on all 3 judges' scorecards. And some of those rounds were really close, and it was reflected there in those scorecards.
It was actually 1 short of a round from being a draw.
Correct.
If you look at it too, so it was definitely an even matchup and a great matchup overall.
Yes, it was.
Definitely sucks that we had a loser, but again, I feel like they both learned a lot. And they both will do great in their career, in their respective careers in the future.
Yeah, Rivera visibly upset as he exits the ring, thinking he might have pulled that one off. And I mean, it was a close fight, hard to disagree, as you see a lot of these exchanges.
Yeah.
It's kind of, what do you like, if you will? Do you like the pushing the pace and the amount of punches thrown by Rivera?
Or we like the clean, clean shots, tactical approach from Rosario.
And the way Rosario finished
Yeah, the way he finishes rounds as well. Yeah.
You know, I call fights also with Chris Algeria, and one of the things that he taught me that he says is, you know, sometimes if a judge is on the fence about a round, that lasting impression, who finishes the round, may help sway that round in that direction. You always want to try to finish the round as strong as possible.
I agree, because let's be honest, a lot of these judges, they only remember the second half of that round for the most part. They don't remember that first minute of the round. They always look at how that round was finished and how it was closed.
Which is where Rivera was best in the very beginning of those rounds here.
And Rosario's the finisher.
In addition to this being Puerto Rican Day weekend here in New York City, it is also Hall of Fame induction ceremony weekend, and there is Timothy Bradley, who is now a 2023 International Boxing Hall of Fame inductee. I couldn't be more proud of my colleague and, more importantly, my friend. You see him there with his kids, his wife Monica, getting his fist casted in the Hall of Fame, and tomorrow he will be officially inducted. And there's Carl Froch going in as well, one of the 2023 inductees. Also, Brad Jacobs, an executive with Top Rank. Brad Goodman, matchmaker with Top Rank. Yeah. Juan Manuel Marquez. I mean, there's just been a Rafael Marquez. The names go on.
Top Rank has made
of guys that Top Rank has had in the Hall of Fame. And
congrats to those individuals, respectfully.
Very excited for all of them tomorrow. As we move forward to more boxing action now, here is Nicholas Polanco making his way to the ring. Here's a look at the weigh-ins from yesterday.
For Nicholas
and there is Hobson Conceicao.
130.6.
The principals who will be in the ring here for our next fight as we take a quick look at the tail of the tape.
Tail of the tape, Polanco versus Conceicao. Nothing really stands out except for the fact that maybe a slight reach advantage for Polanco, but other than that, it's an even matchup between both individuals going into the ring tonight.
Hobson Bravo Conceicao making his way to the ring, coming in off a tough loss to Shakur Stevenson back in September of 2022. That a world title opportunity for Conceicao. And you know, there was obviously some controversy the day before that fight on the scale when Shakur Stevenson missed the weight and wasn't able to defend his titles that night. Hobson Conceicao taking the fight regardless, still wanting that opportunity to win a world title, albeit coming out on the losing end.
And I got on Shakur that night. I'm like, Shakur, why couldn't you have done that an hour fight? I could have kept my belt. But we'll joke about that. Again, that was a great matchup. Conceicao, you know, he stepped up to the plate regardless because he wanted to be champion, and you know, he did all he can. But Shakur Stevenson is just a phenomenal athlete and just in a different class.
Only 2 losses on Conceicao's record is to Shakur Stevenson and Oscar Valdez, and that fight in and of itself, there's a lot of people who believe he came out on the winning end of that fight. And the challenger tonight in our main event, the takeover Teofimo Lopez, arriving now at Madison Square Garden.
Oh, man. What's up, Maddie? Y'all ain't ready. Got a lot of energy tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside the world's most famous arena, the theater here at Madison Square Garden. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. Brought to you this evening by Boost Mobile, money is power. By AutoZone, get in the zone. By Bud Light, the official beer of celebrations. And by DraftKings Sportsbook, download the app today. This bout is scheduled for 10 rounds in the junior lightweight division. Our judges at ringside, Tom Carasoni, Glenn Feldman, and Ron McNair. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Eddie Claudio. Introducing first out of the blue corner. He weighed in at 130 pounds, wearing white trunks. His record, 20 victories, 4 defeats, 1 draw. 11 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, Nicolas Polanco. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 130.6 pounds, wearing black trunks with gold trim. His record, 17 victories, 2 defeats, 8 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He is a 2016 Olympic gold medalist. He is a 2-time world title challenger from Salvador, Bahia, Brazil, Robson O Bravo Conceicao.
Okay, Nicolás, aquí para arriba está legal. Ronson, here on up is good, okay? Le di la instrucción en el camerino que una pelea limpia y protégese en todo momento. Tóquese si quiere tocarse. Suelte.
Brazil versus the Dominican Republic. Here.
Yeah, should be a good one. Well, you better
Oh, you see the high socks for Polanco, too.
I don't know. Polanco, like, he didn't put no weight on after the weigh-in.
Yeah, he weighed in, too, exactly right at 130 pounds.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like the smaller man in there against the extremely fit Conceicao.
Yeah, always,
muscles
always
everywhere.
Fit. Yeah, he's always fit.
Muscles on muscles. The body shot there from Conceicao.
Yeah, everything has bad intentions from Conceicao.
Well, you know, he truly believes that he's on a different level. And we spoke about just the only 2 losses that he's had in his career to Oscar Valdez in a controversial loss, and then the loss to Shakur Stevenson. But I think that he, more than anything, wants to get back to fighting that elite level of competition. And if that's the case, then he needs to make a statement against a guy like Polanco. No disrespect to Polanco, but at 24-1, at 34 years old, he just believes that he's on a different level than his opponent is.
So far, he's showing it.
Ooh, big hooks with the left hand for Robson Conceicao.
It woke Polanco up. See, it really takes a smart fighter to beat or deal with Conceicao, because, you know, if you look, he throws everything with the same speed. Yes, it has intensity and some power behind it, but everything's the same speed. When you get a guy there like Shakur Stevenson who knows how to read timing and speed, it makes it difficult for Conceicao to get his offense and do his thing in there. All right. Oh yeah, he's knocking him upside his head. Polanco upside his head with that one, but
he adjusted his own neck after that left hand's been getting busy for Conceicao early and often. First 2 minutes of round 1.
good jab to the body from Conceicao. See now he slows it down a bit, and that's where Polanco needs to get busy. You got to stop that offense, though.
Polanco hasn't been able to start any sort of offense because it's been a dominant first round for Robson Conceicao.
Now I will say this: since Conceicao signed with Top Rank, he's actually got a lot more polish with his technique. At one point, he used to be completely just wild, and everything used to be wide. I mean, yeah, he's still got that hook, but you can tell that there's some more. He's turning the punches a little bit more better over than just slaps like he did earlier in his career.
Yeah, he's like 3-time Brazilian Olympian. Won the gold medal in 2016. And it did take him a little bit longer to, adjust. Transition and to adjust.
Não, agora não. Continua trabalhando a mão da frente, tá bom? O jab, pintando e variando o jab na cabeça do corpo, porque ele baixar a pressão, prender com o drible na cabeça, tá bom? Acha a distância do golpe reto primeiro, na sua distância, tá bom? Inspira. Mão direita alta, ele tá cruzando com a mão esquerda, então faz o ataque com a mão esquerda, a mão direita aqui, tá bom? Direita alta. Inspira, isso.
Ahora solamente frégalo, ¿está bien? Respira hondo, respira hondo. Respira hondo. Ya véamelo, ¿ok? Estamos bien, estamos bien. te dejes coger con ese gancho, ¿oíste? Está bien. No te dejes con ese gancho, bájate, ¿ok?
Round 2. This scheduled 10-rounder at 130 pounds. Christina Ponter and Jamel Herring here with you on the call from the theater at Madison Square Garden, a sold-out theater tonight. Those fans filing in not only for our main event, but of course to see the young Puerto Rican up-and-coming star Xander Zayas in our co-main event. That's coming up next. There's some offense for Polanco here in round 2.
A little wide though, Polanco there. So he can be more effective, you know, trying to fight fire with fire, but he could be more effective by shortening them shots.
Trying to get himself warmed up as Conceicao continues to work heavy with that lead left hand.
Nice movement from Conceicao.
We can hear that.
You heard the whole crowd. Ooh.
Yep. Hear the pop on these punches.
Good jab from Conceicao also. One thing about Conceicao, if you get too close, he's going to let them hands go. He's going to let his hands go for sure.
Nice double jab, right hand, although deflected a bit there by Polanco, who is looking to establish some sort of rhythm. It's just been when he can try to let his hands go and get some shots in, but Conceicao pretty much from the opening bell has been the aggressor.
And not allowing him to throw anything back at him. Because too much offense. He's not giving him a chance. He's too busy throwing at him, so he's not giving him a chance to open it up and throw for Polanco to throw back at him. If you're Polanco, though, from what I'm looking at, you want to move. He wants to continue moving to his left. Because if you watch Conceicao hand, that right hand, he's slapping it down, though. He's slapping it down. See, just like that.
And that's something he has been consistent throughout his whole
career. Yeah, he can't get rid of that. So if you want, because his main thing, he wants is strong on the left hook. But everything, with that right hand, go to your left, Polanco. What's wrong with them?
Yeah, that was a really weird exchange. I don't believe that it was a punch that he got caught with. It was
a headbutt.
A headbutt or shoulder. Something came in at the end that completely threw Polanco off and down to the ground.
Yeah,
at the very end of the round.
I was waiting for the bell. I didn't really catch it.
Let's see if he can continue. If he can't, you know the outcome.
You hear the referee say, if you can't continue, you know the outcome.
Okay.
Let's look at that one back.
And the back of Hobson's head, but then like a delayed reaction, and then a fall. And the crowd is starting to see what we just saw on the replay, but definitely not a punch, a clash of heads, if you will, there, and then a grimace, and then a fall to the ground. And they're going to take a good look at him. They're still looking at him here in the corner. See if he can continue. Let's listen in. Vamos, let's go. He wants to get up and continue. Doctor sitting him back down. 1 second, the timekeeper is saying on the clock for the end of that round. resume, bell, break, and we'll continue.
Well, Robson definitely got a good break. He's going to have an extra break when this second goes by.
Formalities. There was a second left in the round.
I didn't know what was going on. All right.
Yeah, just 1 second left there in the round, and we're going to continue to fight.
No, we're not stopping it. No. It's accidental. Yeah. It's okay then. It's okay. Let's stop.
Little miscommunication there in the blue corner. It seemed like they thought that the corner wanted to stop the fight, but indeed they do not. They want to continue, and we will proceed to round 3.
It's over.
Oh.
Accidental headbutt.
Oh, okay.
Nobody lose, nobody wins.
It's over?
Accidental headbutt is over. Yeah, he's getting headaches. There's a no decision.
And they're going to call the fight and say it's over.
This fight is over. It's a no decision. Accidental headbutt.
And due to the accidental headbutt, they're going to stop the fight and declare the fight a no decision.
So much for Vamos.
And it's declared a no contest in that sense. And that's a very unfortunate situation. But he said, you know, my head hurts. I do have a headache. You do see some swelling, albeit, you know, the left hand of Conceicao was landing quite a bit. But he has, at this point...
It's boxing. It's boxing. It's boxing.
Can I get this out?
Yeah, and I'm just listening in, excuse me for my silence, but I'm just listening in to what's going on in the blue corner, and the fighter himself saying he did want to continue, but the doctor, referee, and
I don't know.
yeah, it looks like although he looks to be in some sort of pain, he was still willing to continue. They overrode that and made the decision to declare the fight over and not let him go on. You can see he does look like he's in pain, Jamel.
You know, I can't. Like I said, again, I don't know what he's feeling. So you could, like I said, I'm gonna just listen to what the team says on that one. But I would love for everyone out there viewing us tonight to get sharing and give your opinion as well.
Shout out your Twitter, Jamel. Why don't you do that for us right now?
They always tune in, so
we got some time to talk before we're getting to Xander Zayas, who's probably not even warmed up in the dressing room. So I'm going to be honest with you, we got quite some time to go before we get to our next fight. And Robson Conceicao coming over now to check on Nicholas Polanco in his corner, as he is still sitting on the stool. Here's Mark Chinook.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside the theater at Madison Square Garden, due to an accidental headbutt in the second round, our ringside physicians have stopped this bout, declaring it a no decision.
And there you have it, a no contest for Robson Conceicao and Nicholas Polanco. And that's a bummer for Conceicao too, because he was already scheduled to fight on another card and got delayed because of visa issues, etc. They rescheduled him on this card, and now he gets in a round and a half, if you will. And
it is what it is.
This is boxing. We'll take a look at the fight. I mean, he was very much off to a good start, and that's the kind of clash of heads that caused the end. And
well, in fast motion, in regular time, you can see he did slam it. Okay, when I look at slow motion, look a little bit differently. But he did smack his head against his head there. But at one point, he said he was good. And again, you never know. probably head was ringing, whatever. But like again, it's boxing, things happen.
And he did look off balance. And
Yeah.
he hadn't stopped grimacing since he went back to the corner. So although he wanted to continue, the doctors decided that it was best not to send him out in that condition. Nobody wins, nobody loses. And both fighters
But nobody's happy.
get another opportunity, but nobody's happy, including the viewers and us who, you know, we love to call to action.
We do.
We want to see more. And at one
They're
point,
taking away from my job.
well, even Nicholas Polanco himself said, come on, Ebe, vamos, vamos. You heard it.
Yeah.
He wanted to move forward. He wanted to continue. So as we look ahead, in quite some time from now, our next fight will be Xander Zayas taking on Ronald Cruz, Puerto Rico versus, I guess you could say the U.S. since he was born in the U.S. is Ronald Cruz. Xander Zayas, 20 years old, 15-0 with 10 knockouts, ranked in the top 10 in the WBA and WBO. In fact, number 5 in the WBO. But before we get to our co-main and get working on getting you guys ready for that, we're going to take a closer look at our main event tonight, the WBO Junior Welterweight World Championship fight between the champ Josh Taylor and Teofimo Lopez. Here is some of the feature that has been making some noise during this promotion for the main event. Here's Trash Talk, Taylor and Teofimo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the fight the boxing world has been waiting for.
People call me a legend. People call me the greatest.
Who calls you the
Keep
greatest?
going for it.
You call yourself the greatest.
What a big shot by Lopez!
Calling himself the undisputed world champion is fantasy.
Oh! Taylor scores the knockdown!
This is a fight game. What do I have to lose?
Okay, we'll see.
Oh, Josh Taylor's got him with a right.
Why you go out there with your Scottish dress?
You're a piece of
I'm not a piece of I am the
And there it is! Teofimo Lopez!
Hey, you're going to feel the wrath, boy. Trust me. You're going to feel it.
Oh, man. I can't wait, man. I'm going to this guy up, man. I can't wait. This is going to be fun.
Hey, Gareth, this is Karan Bhatti in Fort Lauderdale. How are you, sir?
I'm very well. I've just stepped into Rotunda ABC Gym in Liverpool. Josh Taylor's here. You got the man there?
I have the man, Teofimo Lopez, the takeover. He's here. He's ready. I'm really pumped to talk to these guys because there's a lot of bad blood, and these are also spectacular fighters. We've seen what they can do. We've seen what they can do in the ring.
Let's rock and roll.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we're ready to roll. You look in great shape already, Josh.
I'm always in shape.
Ready for
Always.
June the 10th,
Oh,
Madison
can't wait.
Square Garden?
Can't come quick enough, Gareth. Can't come quick enough, mate.
Okay, we're rolling. Quiet in the set, please.
Well, let's say, first of all, it's great to have the two teams here. What a phenomenal fight.
So let me just start it off, and then I'm going to ask Teo a question. So as much as there are differences between you guys, there are a lot of similarities. When you look at your record, 18-1, 13 knockouts. He's 19-0, 13 knockouts. That's very similar. You're both in your prime. You've both tasted undisputed. In your mind, are there any similarities between you and Josh Taylor?
No, he hasn't. There's only one undisputed champ.
Oh, man. No, so to answer your question, no, really, you know, I don't think there's any similarities. The only thing that I think that we have in common is that it's two undisputed champions going at it, you know, head on June 10th. So I'm looking forward to that, you know, and remaking history like I did against Lomachenko. I'm going to do it against Josh Taylor.
Calling himself the undisputed world champion is fantasy. You know, it's one thing that he'll never have is an undisputed champion crown. He needs to stop calling himself that. Fantasy.
And they must change the rules with the WBC because that's super champion. Last time I checked.
It's a Mickey Mouse belt, mate.
You gotta know your,
You should have been.
my man. You gotta know your stuff.
You should have been, but you weren't.
I shouldn't be, but see, he confirmed that I am. So, you know, it's just all about
You should
perception
have
of
been. I
self.
said you should have been, but you weren't. Fact or fact.
It's all good. It's all good, man.
So, Teo, well, let's get your thoughts in a technical sense. I know you said Josh Taylor's going to have a plan A. When that fails, that's when you're going to take advantage, right? So what is the game plan in this fight?
No, there's no plan A, plan B. No. The way we work is just adapting. You know, all the technical parts of Taylor, you know, he has the accolades. You got to respect that. Very true. Very true. And that's why I've been working hard and busting my butt. I like to go after these challenges. Look, all these other fighters out there right now, they're not facing no one like Taylor. They're fighting come-ups. They're fighting things to build their records. I'm someone that's old school, you know? Blood, sweat, and tears. Sugar Ray Robinson. That's really what it comes to.
What mistakes do you see in Josh Taylor when you watch him fight?
There's a lot. There's a lot of mistakes. I mean, hey, all the fighters he has faced, a lot of them are just very easy to manipulate on and adapt to. So there's a style that he knows, that he works on, that he does, that has worked for him for a long time. And even if they was to change it right now, it's too late, because when you go in the ring, he's going to go right back to that main base.
Josh, now obviously you're southpaw naturally. Tio's an orthodox stance fighter. Do you think that will play into the fight plan?
I don't think so. I just think that there's two styles that we've got. It's going to be the makings of an absolute barnstormer of a fight, all fireworks. And unfortunately, I've got the bigger guns, and he does everything the same. Still makes the same mistakes he does when he was an amateur. Very amateurish style. Yes, I give him credit, he beat Lomachenko, but in my opinion, Lomachenko's a featherweight. With one arm, I'm a fully fledged light welterweight, and when he comes up against me, he comes unstuck and goes out on his back on a stretcher.
A stretcher.
So let me ask you this. We're talking about similarities, and you mentioned southpaw. Tio, in your last fight, you took on a southpaw in Sandor Martin.
Yep. Oh, Martin, that is being scored a knockdown. Very limited work by Martin, but he scores the knockdown with the southpaw right hook.
Both Teofimo and Josh Taylor didn't necessarily have their best performances in their last fight. Josh Taylor against Jack Catterall. Josh, you were knocked down, but you did get the split decision victory.
And still undisputed super lightweight champion of the world.
Tio, in your last fight, you were technically knocked down. You got the split decision victory. Now, there was a mic moment after the fight, and a camera was on you, and we heard you say, "Do I still got it?"
Bro, do I still have it? You do, man. Do I still got it?
So what did you mean when you said, "Do I still got it"?
Well, yeah, you know, I'm someone that's media trained. You know, there's red cameras when you see it, right? The red light and stuff. I know everybody's just watching me, so it's always more to talk about. It got boring to the point where, you know, after I beat Lomachenko, everyone is just like, you know, no one wanted to face me. You know, so I got to spice it up a little bit, you know, yeah. So do I still got it? Yeah. You know, so it's all about just on June 10th, man. I'm really focused on the fight. We've been calling Josh Taylor for some time. That's who I am. I go after the guys that are supposedly the kingpin or the best at the division, and Josh Taylor is that guy. So, you know, he beat Jack Catterall no matter what. His hand was raised, not Catterall, so he's still undefeated. And in my eyes, he's still the undisputed guy at 140. That's why he carries the Ring magazine. He didn't lose those belts. He just relinquished them. Something I should have done at 35, but, you know, everybody changes, everybody learns from their mistakes, and you just grow from them. It's experience.
Let me ask Josh a question real quick. Josh, we know you've had a great career at 140 pounds. You had the spectacular win against Ramirez, and I know after that fight, when you were preparing for Catterall, you did struggle a little bit to make weight. You did finally make the weight, but I know you've talked about eventually even moving up to 147. This fight on June 10th is at 140. So how are you doing in terms of the weight cut for this fight?
I'm great. I'm well ahead of schedule. Listen, after that fight in Vegas, I went out, enjoyed life, celebrated the win, creating history, someone that no one's ever done in the UK. The 5th fighter ever only become the undisputed world champion in history in the 4-belt era. I went out, I wanted to enjoy that. Did it a little bit too much. Got back into camp, took Catterall lightly, took my foot off the gas, bit of complacency crept in. We're all human. That's the mistakes that I made, and that's the price I end up paying for it. Was end up looking terrible on the scales and putting a bad performance. When you live and you learn, don't you? So I'll not be making these mistakes again. I've did that once in my whole career, in my whole 15-year career, and I'll not be doing that again.
We know what happened in the Catterall fight. Josh, you've now changed trainers, no longer with Ben Davison. You're now with Joe McNally, who we see sitting next to you. Josh, why did you decide to make a change at trainer?
Because I needed a change. The trainer wasn't right for me. It wasn't right for me. It wasn't working for me. I need to do what I do for myself and do what I do best.
The thing is, it's not the trainer's fault. It's yours. It's not the trainer's fault. You go and switch another trainer, and then you have to adapt. You're going to still fight the same that you probably fought with Catterall. It doesn't change. doesn't change. That shows weakness. That's how I see it. Whether he's your new trainer or not, it's just the facts, mate.
Tio, let me ask you, you must have seen some clips or criticism of Josh Taylor's last fight, and he hasn't been out for a year. Do you think that makes a difference?
Doesn't matter, you know. I mean, it really doesn't matter what makes a difference, whether he's been out for a year or not. You know, he tells himself who he is, and every day he goes there and he looks himself in the mirror probably and says, I'm this Scottish, you know, giant guy, and I'm going to beat Teofimo and put him on a stretcher.
Scottish-Italian guy, what doesn't make sense?
That's a Scottish, you know. But, hey, really it just comes to all those things. I can't necessarily speak upon what he's going to do until we get there in the ring. So, you know, everything else is just noise.
You mentioned weight classes there, and Josh Taylor has campaigned at 140 for most of his career, if not all of his career. You were at lightweight. You're moving up now. This is your third fight at 140 pounds. So let's bring in LaRon Turner, strength and conditioning coach of Tio. How is Tio handling this 140 pounds?
Oh, he's handling it really well, man. He's putting on size, but he's cutting down at the same time. It's pretty crazy. His body can adapt to anything I give him, whether it's circuit training, whether it's running, long distances, weight training. He's adapting to it all. It's amazing seeing him work really hard every single day.
Tio's getting it.
Josh, we know that in the lead up to this fight, you've said that Teofimo is mentally fragile. You said you're going to decapitate him, right? So why do you feel that way?
Just with the things he says, the things he does, he's mentally weak. He's a mouse. And he's already got the doubts in his mind. And I'm going to cement him, and I'm going to put this guy into retirement after I've given him that much of a beating and a schooling.
A mouse or a moose? Which one is it?
A mouse.
A mouse? Yeah, I love that.
A moose is mighty.
I love that saying, mate.
You're a mouse.
Thank you for the compliment. Oh, man. I can't wait, man. I'm going to f this guy up, man. I can't wait. This is going to be fun.
You've got asthma. Your lungs are going to be on fire. Trust me. I'm going to make you work that hard. Your heart and lungs are going to be exploding.
What do I have to lose? What do I have to lose? I'm Teofimo, against all odds. The guy that comes in there when everyone thinks that he's done. I give you guys what you want, but I'm not going to give you guys what you need until June 10th.
Let's just get back to the sport of boxing for a moment.
No, that is boxing, though. What are you talking about, mate? That is boxing. Boxing is what it was.
Clown.
Hey, don't shake yourself, man.
This guy's a piece of
Don't shake yourself.
You're a piece of
I'm not just a piece. I'm all of it.
Yeah, you are. Piece of big, massive bit of
While you go out there with your Scottish dress and you look like, oh, let me know.
Hey, you're going to feel the wrath, boy. Trust me. You're going to feel it.
That's all rubbish, mate.
You're known as the Tartan Tornado. You're a very proud Scotsman, aren't you?
Yeah.
Does that play a part in your standing?
Absolutely. That's part of my makeup. I am a very proud fighting Scotsman. And I'm very proud to put my country on the map. The first undisputed world champion since Ken Buchanan, who just recently passed away. So that's one thing I'm very proud of putting my country on the map, representing Scotland.
And you like to walk into the bagpipes,
absolutely,
don't you?
Absolutely. Scottish warrior. Absolutely.
You're both phenomenal fighters. It's in you. But I wanted to ask Joe, because we haven't heard from Joe yet, about the technical things that you're working on with Josh for the style of Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah, well, you know, Garrett, I've known Teo for a long time, representing Honduras in the Olympics and a few fights before that. And, you know, we caught my eye back then. You know, we still see the professional now as the kid he was back then, doing the same things. He's developed, he's come on, he's won a lot. And, you know, we've utilised a lot of stuff we can capitalise on, and likewise be careful also, because he's a dangerous fighter and the respect to be shown in the gym. Josh has shown them respect, and he's in fantastic condition, as you can see, and, you know, he'll be ready come the 10th of June.
Is it going to be a very technical fight early on?
It's going to be any fight what Josh wants to play. Josh wants to fight in the pocket if he wants to box. He's not the undisputed champion for nothing, and Look, T.O. will be dancing to Josh Taylor's tune on the 10th, and truly believe that.
It's going to be a great fight. This is a hell of a fight, and this is the fight of the century, not that Garcia and Davis fight. This is the true kingpin of it all. It's the 100th year of the Ring magazine, the Rocky belt. Can't wait. Yeah, I'm excited.
He's right, it's a big fight. It's a big fight, it's a great fight. It's a huge fight, and it's one that's huge both sides of the pond, here and over there. So it's got the people talking, so it's a big fight, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, is this a must-win fight for you, Josh, in lots of ways? Is it a must-win fight for him?
Every fight's a must-win fight. Every fight's a must-win fight. If this fight goes wrong, or I get the wrong decision, then it's back to the drawing board for me. And my plans that I've got to become 2-weight world champion go way back. So, yes, every fight is a must-win fight. I've got plans and ambitions that I want to do. I'm become a 2-weight world champion. Hell, two-weight undisputed world champion, something that nobody's in the sport's ever done. That's the kind of goals that I've got. So every fight is a must-win fight.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the new lightweight champion of the world, George Kambosos.
Tio, can I ask you, Josh hasn't lost yet. How is a boxer affected after that loss? What do you have to go through to come back?
See, that's the thing. That's probably why he calls me a mouse, because I don't believe I lost that fight neither, man. The referee raised my hand before they called it for Kambosos. I know how it works. I know the ones and twos. To me, it's not really a loss. It's just lessons. You learn how to maneuver after that. See, he doesn't know what defeat tastes like yet. I've lost 21 times in my whole career, and I'm still going. And people call me a legend. People call me the greatest. And it's because of those reasons. We never stop.
Who calls you the
Keep
greatest?
moving for it.
You call yourself the greatest?
I'm the double greatest, not the greatest. The greatest is Muhammad Ali, but I'm the double greatest.
Okay. All right.
Look, technically with Taylor, you know, good fundamentals. He tries to keep his distance, catches his range. You know, he baits. There's a lot of things, man. I could really execute on those things that I understand from my own experience. And this is what it is. If you say you're the greatest, you got to prove it, right? So fight the best guys in the game. And that's what I'm doing. We've asked for Josh Taylor for a long time, and we've worked our way. It's not something that we were asking as let it be given. You know, Josh Taylor is the best guy that everyone wants. I'm here, stepping on there with only 3 fights. This is my 3rd fight, technically at 140. A lot of you guys don't even know your research about Teofimo, that I fought at 40 before. You guys don't know about Teofimo, and I'm thankful for it because it's perfect. It's really perfect. This is technically my 4th fight at 140.
Tio, are you showing respect for Josh there by the things you're saying about him?
I'm just speaking on his accolades. I'm not showing respect on that part. I'm just speaking the facts. Facts is not respect. The hell? Why do I got to respect this? What is there to respect?
Well, he was the undisputed champion. He won the Super Series.
And I was the undisputed champion at 135, and y'all took that away from me. Who gives a fly? Y'all scared of Teofimo at 25. I'm young. I haven't even hit my prime yet. I'm just getting warmed up.
You ain't going to have a prime after this fight.
Oh, yeah, you know what? You're right. They're going to call me a greatest and the youngest active Hall of Famer at 25. That's more than prime.
You'll be retired.
That's more than prime.
I'm going to put you in retirement, early retirement.
You're at the end of your road, and your trainer knows it, but he's got to motivate you mentally to get there. That's all. Carry the man. Carry that dead weight.
I don't need no mental motivation. Trust me.
Just carry that dead weight, you fat. Carry it.
I've got a mental fortitude.
Carry it, man.
I'm a mental fort. You're a mouse.
Thank you.
I'm unbreakable mentally. I'm unbreakable mentally.
I'm only warming up.
That's the one that's going to make us win. All right?
How important is your father in your corner?
Oh, my father's everything, man. The dynamic duo, you know. I like to keep him reserved right now, you know, for my own reasons. This is not a backup guy here next to me. This is a team sport. So that's really what it is. My father is everything. A lot of people want to bring other trainers involved. I've had assistant coaches, but they don't know about boxing to the point that my father does. And that's why it's just me and him going into this fight. Don't want nobody, don't need nobody coming in that. My father's a very, very intelligent man in the game. Very. I mean, I know my in boxing, and he still surprises me daily. Daily.
Josh, we know that you've had success when you've come over to America in the past. Do you feel like coming to New York, is this enemy territory?
Nah, boxing ring's a boxing ring. I'm excited for coming to New York. It's the mecca of boxing, Madison Square Garden. I'm fighting in the arena where 99% of boxers who turn professional and dream of becoming world champion want to fight in New York City in Madison Square Garden. I'm one of the very few that's doing it. So, nah, it's not enemy territory. This is a dream come true, fighting in a venue like this.
Tio, you're proudly representing Brooklyn, New York. On June 10th, what do you think it's going to be like in Madison Square Garden? What are the fans going to be like?
Oh man, it's a whole, always, every time you fight at the Mecca, it's just a different energy. And that's what gets me going, you know, that's really what it is. So when it comes to the Mecca, you just got to be there to actually feel the experience. That's where legends are born, you know, and that night I'm just going to have fun. That's what I missed, you know. I wasn't having fun. The Martin fight, I was taking it too serious, you know what I'm saying? We just got to have fun.
You weren't having fun in recent fights. You're having fun again now.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, I'm not in Vegas. I'm not doing camp in any of those sorts, sucking me dry. You know, I got to live a little bit. You know, I'm young. I'm 25. I'm having fun. And that's what was the takeover, you know, back to back. 2017, 2018, Prospect of the Years. 2019, we won the World Championship in Mecca.
Anything is possible!
So it's just all those things.
In terms of official predictions, Josh, I know you've said you're going to knock him out in rounds 6 through 8. You're going to retire this man. So let me ask you this. Why do you feel that way?
Because I'm the best. And this guy's so mentally insecure. I'm going to cement all his insecurities that he's got, and he's going to be retired.
Tio, when you hear Josh Taylor say he's going to knock you out in the middle rounds, he's going to retire you, what is your response?
Oh, the only best response. Everyone got a plan until they get punched in the face. Mike Tyson.
You're not Mike Tyson. You ain't no Mike Tyson. Trust me.
I don't want to be. I'm Teofimo, the one and only. The man, the myth, the legend. That's it.
But I've got to poke you, Josh, for a minute and just say, when you say, just call you out on this, you don't watch him.
No, really not.
It's hard to believe that.
I do and focus on myself. Yeah. I watch his fights when they're live, when they've been live. Okay. I've watched his fights. I've seen enough of him. I've seen how much mistakes he makes fundamentally. He's never changed. He's never changed.
Wait, didn't you say you didn't watch none of my film?
Says I saw you when you're live. I watch your fights when you're live. It's like yourself, I'm a boxing fan.
But didn't he say he didn't watch none of my fight live?
So when you're live and watch your fights, I don't study this guy.
Not the Martin either?
I've saw enough of him. He's not in my league, and I'm going to knock him out, and that's it.
Contradicting yourself there, buddy.
You got a final message, Tio, for Josh or all of us?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Hey, listen, for everybody tuning in, listen, thank you guys. To all my fans, to all my friends, and to all the children out there that are seeing this and really want to become something in the sport, you know, this is what it takes. Not just a trash talk, but backing it up and putting everything on your back and carrying it with not pride, but with humility and with grace.
You're talking about humility and grace?
Well, yeah, it's how you carry it.
This guy just talks so much. It's unbelievable.
Well, this is a fight game.
You're a clown, you
I'm
are.
outside the ring right now, mate. I'm outside the ring. There's a whole nother guy. You got to be, like Kobe actually says, he says, are you the same beast, but a different animal?
You're so stupid, mate. It's unbelievable.
Right now, you're seeing a different animal right now. So, you know, it's just those things. I don't really need to talk to you. I'm talking to my people at the moment. And para la raza, para toda mi gente, latino, público, mira, Latinoamérica, estamos aquí para pelear con este y vamos a ganar esta pelea. It's just really what it is, man.
Sí, estamos entendiendo, Teo, en español, claro. But in English again, can you take his fans by beating him?
I think I've already got his fans, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, you know, so for everybody, you know, I'm grateful for this opportunity. This is what we do. This is how we do it. This is why we call ourselves the Takeover. And this fight right here will solidify as in the worldwide takeover.
Hey, I've had enough of this guy.
June 10th, ESPN. Get your tickets now.
Hey, I've had enough of listening to you, waffling on. A lot of I'm off ski. See you on June 10th.
This man's on his way out, you know, 30-something years old. You know, he's got to leave. He's got to leave. All good. Hey, but we stay.
We're going to have to say goodbye for now. Thanks very much for your time over there. We cannot wait for June the 10th. We cannot wait for this fight. It really is set up to be absolutely spectacular.
Well, unfortunately for all of us, it is June the 10th. And you know what that means? This fight is going down.
It's fight night.
It is fight night. We are just maybe about an hour, I would say, away from our main event. Hopefully less. It is the WBO and Lineal Ring Magazine Junior Welterweight World Championship fight. The champ Josh Taylor taking on the challenger Teofimo Lopez here at the theater at Madison Square Garden. Christina Pondra and Jamel Herring here with you. Let's talk a little main event while we have some time before we get to our co-main. How about just on this man right here, Teofimo Lopez? There is a lot that has been said from him and about him and where he is, you know, mentally, more so even than physically if he's capable tonight. How would you kind of assess this whole promotion and what you've seen from Teofimo?
Well, the one thing that I took from that footage we just seen a moment ago was the fact that he said that he's going to have fun again. He claims he hasn't been having fun in his last 2 outings. He's changed his camp environment from Las Vegas to Florida with nature, like he pointed out in the fighter meeting. But again, there's still a lot of questions in terms of you can say all the right things, and he knows how to say the right things. This is not Teofimo's first rodeo. He knows how to promote himself. But again, it all has to show up in the ring where it matters the most. So that's the big question. We know what Josh Taylor is capable of. We know what Josh Taylor is going to do, or what can he do. But I think there's more questions surrounding Teofimo Lopez in this matchup than Josh Taylor.
Would you say that because of how you see them matching up physically, or would you say it's because of where more or less the questions have been surrounding where Teofimo is at mentally?
I think it's more where Teofimo's at mentally. I mean, let's not forget his last outing. We all know that infamous clip where he asked himself, does he still have it? Now, the world's going to ask tonight, does he still have it? You know, he claims that, you know, he was just talking to be talking, whatever. But at the same time, you know, the way his expression showed it after his last outing. So there's a lot he has to answer, and mainly within himself. But like I put in there earlier, he has all the skills and the tools in the world to be great and become a champion again. But you got to have the right mindset when you're fighting a guy like Josh Taylor, who's all business. And Josh Taylor also has a chip on his shoulder from his last outing, but he seems to have more of a seek and destroy approach coming into this fight. And I know Josh, like I said, again, I've known him for over 10 years, and he's very serious about his craft, and he's taking his fight very seriously as well.
Some great analysis there by my partner, Jamel Herring. More on the main event and our co-main event still to come. Stay with us.
the next great Puerto Rican champion. Now a combination. Look at Xander Zayas.
Now you're seeing that Puerto Rican blood. That's what you're seeing from Xander Zayas right now.
Headshot after headshot. Left hook again.
There's a lot to be impressed with in this young fighter. Puerto Rico's got another great champion on their hands.
That certainly seems to be the hope around much of the boxing community and the fans of Puerto Rico, is that Xander Zayas kind of pick up that torch and carry it for the island of Puerto Rico. And he's done his part as a pro so far at only 20 years old, 15-0 with 10 knockouts, fighting at the junior middleweight division, working his way up the rankings, now the top 20, and a majority of them top 10 in the WBA and WBO. We've seen him grow from a 17-year-old now to a 20-year-old, 3-year professional, starting at 147 and making his way up. What do you like about Xander Zayas? What do you think it is for fans that are just tuning in if they haven't seen him? What makes people say he could be the next one?
He's getting better with each fight. He's getting better with each fight. He's growing, and we're watching him grow right before our eyes within the ring. You know, like every time he gets in the ring, he always shows a new dynamic to his arsenal, or what he's picked up, and he corrects his mistakes from the last. Even when he feels like he's had a lukewarm, performance in there, he still manages to still capture us with like something like, you know what, I see what he's doing, I see what he's working at, I see where he's going. So definitely, I can understand why the whole island of Puerto Rico is on his shoulders. But for a young man, because like I said, we got him when he was a kid. But for a young man now, he's taking the pressure and he's handling it very well.
I couldn't agree with you more. And when you're looking for a star, especially that represents an island where there's so much charisma, personality, love, happiness. Like, he embodies all of that in just when he smiles and the way he carries himself too. So you spoke to those tangible boxing things, but I think he also has those intangibles outside of the ring that allows him that grace and that energy to carry that torch, if you will, on this weekend for his promoter Top Rank, and on many other levels as he ascends through the boxing world. Let's take a look back at Xander Zayas' last fight. It was a unanimous decision in this same building, in the big room in MSG Madison Square Garden, against Alexis Salazar Flores. That was a tough fight. Freddie Roach trained fighter in Flores, but he had a pretty dominant performance over 8 rounds for that.
He was slick. He was swift in there. He tightened up his defense. He was rolling with the shots, countering off the shots. He showed a little bit of everything. And again, if you go from his first fight with Top Rank to his last fight, you could clearly see the difference in this kid's growth.
Tonight, he's taking on Ronald El Diablo Cruz, who is getting ready in just a few moments to make his ring walk as we get ready for our co-main event tonight. Let's first listen to Xander Zayas talking about the significance of fighting on this weekend in New York City.
This is my first time fighting in Puerto Rican Day weekend, and it does make it special. The people is going to be rooting for me, the fans.
This is the moment he dreamed of.
Puerto Rico makes great fighters because we have pride on what we do. We put love into this. We have the people behind us, and the support that we need from the island. It's a small island with a lot of heart, a lot of dedication, a lot of hard work. Fighting for the Miguel Cotto Trophy, it's a dream. It's a dream. Somebody that I look up to, somebody that I admire as a person and as a fighter. To be fighting for this trophy, especially in Puerto Rican Day weekend, it's a dream come true.
A dream come true indeed, albeit 1 year later than he would have liked, considering he was going to fight on this weekend last year before he got sick over in Australia alongside George Kambosos, his trainer that he shares, Javier Centino. But taking a look at some of the footage of Xander Zayas, my partner Jamel mentioned it before, he does a lot of things really well, and he continues to get better. He throws a lot of punches. He throws great combination variety. He has a good variation of his punches. He's strong. He can box. He's been working on his footwork, been working on his angles, and I think also growing into his weight too as a young man at just 20 years old.
Agreed. And you see from these small clips, He knows his space. He knows his distance. He knows his spacing and everything. He's very well. He doesn't overcommit the shots. You know, he sits on his punches very well. He gets good range on his shots. And more importantly, like I said, I just like how he sharpened up that defense where he can take less punishment and to prolong his career, which will turn into a great career as long as he continues on this path.
He has taken some time off to heal some injuries that he didn't want to, or an injury that he didn't really want to tell us much about in the fighter meeting, but that's what delayed his return a little bit more. His last fight was in December 10th, and just 1 week shy now of the longest layoff of his career, 182 days. But nonetheless, let's take a look at the weigh-ins. He still made the weight, looks great on the scale in his way back. That's his opponent there, Ronald El Diablo Cruz. Weighing in at 152.4. There's Xander Zayas. 152.8 for Zayas, who, as you can see, has a significant height advantage. We'll look into that more now with Jamel in the tail of the tape.
Tail of the tape. Even though my partner just pointed out that Cruz and Xander have a significant height difference, it's only about a one inch height advantage. But I'm looking at the reach advantage going into Zayas' favor with the 3 inches over Cruz's 71.
And he'll use every bit of that, especially off that jab.
Yes, he will, because he fights, so he definitely uses his spacing and distance very well.
The tail of the tape making me look like a liar. That didn't look like more than a 1 inch height advantage, and we'll see that in the ring. But he definitely looked like he had a couple.
But we can put out the 11-year age advantage going into Zayas' favor.
That part. He does have youth on his side, and he will be making his ring walk now with Hilario Carrion to a song that he wrote for Xander Zayas, Si Lo Puedes Soñar. This music video that Xander Zayas has been a part of, about if you dream it, you can achieve it, anything is possible, has over 10 million views on YouTube.
Hey, I don't care what you say. If you're a fighter and an artist, a popular artist writes a song about you, you're definitely going places.
And here comes Xander Zayas. At just 20 years old, Xander Zayas does carry a maturity about him beyond his years. Managed by Peter Kahn and under the tutelage of trainer Javier Centino, who has been with him since his amateur days. His stepfather, but he doesn't like to use the word stepfather because he believes it is his father, Orlando Garcia, in his corner. Fantastic team around him. Mark Chinook is in the ring right now with our beautiful Top Rank Knockouts to give us the official introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside the world's most famous arena. We're at the theater at Madison Square Garden. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. Brought to you this evening by Boost Mobile Money is Power, by AutoZone, Get in the Zone, by Bud Light, the official beer of celebrations, and by DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app today. This bout is scheduled for 8 rounds for the NABF and NABO Junior middleweight titles. Our judges at ringside, John McKay, Alan Mace, and Robin Taylor. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Steve Willis. Introducing first out of the blue corner. He weighed in at 152.4 pounds. Wearing black trunks with red trim. His record, 18 victories, 2 defeats, 1 draw, 12 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Representing North Hollywood, California, Ronald Diablo Cruz. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 152.8 pounds. Wearing black trunks with gold trim. His record is perfect. 15 fights, 15 victories. 10 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He is the reigning and defending NABF and
Okay, gentlemen, you both have your instructions in the dressing room. I want you to obey the command to protect yourselves at all times. Right now, it's going to be under the letters here. Right now, it's going to be under the gold. Tap it up. Let's go to work.
All right, Steve Lewis, the third man in the ring tonight for our co-main event. Zayas taking on Ronald Cruz. Christina Poncher and Jamel Herring here with you on the call tonight from the theater at Madison Square Garden. This one's scheduled for 8 rounds. Zayas defending his NABF and NABO junior middleweight world titles.
And listen, I'm excited for this matchup, but I'm definitely excited to see Steve Willis in the ring right along with him. Always entertaining.
One of the infamous faces of boxing and his expressions when he's in the ring. And I'd like to welcome all of our friends watching on Sky Sports. Oh my goodness, a knockout here early in round 1.
And again, hello our friends over there watching Sky Sports with Christina Poncher and I.
Appreciate you. The action comes first, my friend, and action is getting started quick and early. A body shot with the left hand, a little low there by Zayas. You got to come out ready against a guy like Zayas. You can't come out cold, and he got caught cold quickly in the first 30 seconds of this fight.
I mean, and no excuses. In the fight, he told us, hey, I've been waiting for this fight since December. Now the moment's here. You better make the most of it.
Yeah, he started camp in December for what was supposed to be a March date against Zayas that got pushed back a little bit to April, and now all the way till June. He's had him on the mind for 6 months, and right now he's had him on his body with that body shot again with the left hand.
And Zayas is sharp right now. He's just sharp. He came out the gun fast, slick, strong. Cruz got some, he's got to play catch up. He's already down 10-8 in this 4 round so far.
Zayas ready for this moment, waiting for this moment, albeit in a co-main event spot here on Puerto Rican Day weekend in New York City. But could he be the next Puerto Rican star, the one to headline this event for his promoter, Top Rank Boxing, in the years to come?
Nice jab though from Zayas.
Cruz with a smile.
He's keeping him busy with that jab. He's not
right hand gets in.
He's not overcommitting the jab. Zayas, he just basically using it as a range finder. Putting some space and distance between them so he can launch that straight right hand again. Just like that. Sharp.
Using some of the feints he told us in the fighter meetings as well that he was going to implement into his game.
And sadly to say, feints is actually a lost art in boxing at times. Well, not too many fighters you see really throwing as many feints. Nice right hand from Zayas there. Over the shoulder of Cruz. Oh,
nice left hook. Great start to round 1 for Zayas.
Beautiful work with that jab. I need you to continue that jab work, right? I want you to add a little bit more feints in there, though, okay? Let's get that feint going. Let's see if we can go ahead and pause with those hands up. Don't let him drop those hands. We know where to go after that, okay? Top or bottom. Nice deep breath.
You in there? Yeah. I want the 6 now. The 6 is available, okay? Okay. You're taking too long going up and down. You got to be faster. Okay. Now, as soon as you get inside of him, as soon as he comes in here, bring that hook. Bring that hook and that uppercut. Okay?
Yep.
Move your head.
Okay.
Sharp. Boom.
There's a knockdown.
That counter right hand. Counter right hand. Set it up. Bam. Oh, he slipped it.
Ronald Cruz, trained by Superman Juan Jimenez. He said, most people will know me by Superman, not so much by Juan Jimenez. I said, okay, we'll drop the Superman on the broadcast, don't you worry. And he's got his man down at 10-8 round there after getting dropped in the first 30 seconds of the fight.
Cruz can't reach. Every time he reaches, he overextends. Zayas is right there waiting for the counter. You gotta step with the jab, Cruz. You gotta double it up.
1, 2, 3.
Cruz training out of the Brick House boxing gym. Also went to Robert Garcia's boxing academy and Wild Card.
Yeah, he's been everywhere. He's been
all around the gym to try to get the best sparring that he could to help him prepare and sharpen his tools.
Every time he over there, he's got. Oh my! Zayas broke the guard of Cruz with a left uppercut.
Doubling up on the jab, exactly on point what Javier Centeno told him to do.
And you see it every time Cruz throws his jab, he over lunges, and what happens? Zayas throws the right hand right over Cruz's left shoulder every time. He gotta bring that jab back to the guard.
He's just having a hard time trying to find any space to throw his punches.
Or gaining momentum as well.
Body shot gets in there for Cruz.
I like though how Zayas is trying to keep the fight in the middle of the ring though. Even when he feels like he's back against the rope, what does he do? He turns and brings him right back to the center of the ring.
Uppercut just misses for Zayas.
Little combination from Cruz.
Cruz looking to establish his jab. There goes Xander Zayas with the left hand up top into the body.
Get your fight ready. Get your fight ready.
Jab stops everything. Everything starts and finishes with the jab.
1, 2, 3.
And right back to the jab.
He's got to keep that lead left hand up, does Cruz once he leans in.
There we go. You hear Cruz's corner saying, step in with that, step in with that. And not only should he step in, but he's throwing one shot and he's reaching. You got to take your feet with you.
Oh, beautiful shot there, right and left.
And finish with a body shot. Another good round for Zayas.
Let's listen in.
You're coming into that left side quite often. Let's go ahead and touch that right side as well. Okay? Look, when you get on that right side, make sure that shoulder's right aiming right at him, right? Let him come over the top. You can sneak that uppercut in, okay? Give me a nice deep breath. Give me 5.
Looking for that uppercut and to do some more work on the right side of Cruz as well.
Good work. Let's touch that body. Okay?
Slip, boom. There's that uppercut. Broke right through the guard with that left hand. And then he came with the same left hand around the guard for a hook. Just look at it again. Oh, nope, there's another shot. And that right hand, bam. Over that lazy jab of Cruz.
Round 3, this one's scheduled for 8. Xander Zayas telling us this week he's ready for a 10-rounder. He's ready for a 12, 14, 16. That's exactly what we're saying.
Old school, yeah, he's old school with it.
Strong shots down with the body shot, then back up top. Then gets right out of range.
Cruz caught him. He caught him. With a two-piece combination with a 1-2. Back Zayas up for a moment there. Good jab.
Quadrupling up on the jab there.
Nice little lateral movement from Zayas there.
Jamel, what can Cruz do to try to get some sort of offense going?
He has to start doubling on his jab. See, right there is a good jab, but he has to start doubling up to keep Zayas busy. Yeah, like stuff like just like that. You got to keep him busy. You got to keep your opponent occupied. Whether you're throwing things back at him, you got to keep him thinking that you're not just a sitting target for him to beat up on.
Down to the body with the stab jab for Zayas.
See, that's not going to do it. Just, playing the peekaboo stance and style, that gives Zayas a target to shoot at. And then you put your hands up like that, he's either going to try to break through with the jab or get that sneaky left uppercut in there again.
That was the shot that his corner was telling when he lands a body shot there. That one looked good with the left hand.
See, that's not, it's just a punching bag when you do that, when you come out like that.
Another tough shot gets in.
I used to love that. I used to love seeing that. Every time a fighter would put their hands up like that, and play defense, they just become punching bag. And now you're able to basically go under the elbows with the body shots as we've seen from Zayas, or potentially punch through the guard. And then if they're using lateral movement, like how Zayas has been doing, you can't see your opponent because your hands is blocking your vision now. And trust me, folks, I've been a victim of making those same mistakes. I've done that, the same thing, when I had for Shakur, and Shakur was throwing it around my guard all night because I kept trying to walk it down, playing the peekaboo stance, and he would just throw it around the guard every time. So I know firsthand.
Yeah, Ronald Cruz is finding out right about now that he may need to try to make another adjustment as he comes out for this next round.
And to add on to that, I would say that adjustment is probably fighting. I could have sworn though, like in the fighting meeting, did he not mention that if plan A doesn't work, you gotta go through B, C, and D?
He did. And I was trying to listen to what plan letter they were on right now in that corner, but let's look at some highlights.
Probably on plan A too.
You can hypnotize him as long as you go ahead and work those, come off those angles and work up and down. Okay? Once you start standing in front of him like this, you're giving him time to think. Remember, if you don't see it, walk away. Walk away, set it up again. Okay?
Yeah, okay, I see it. All right. I'm good. I ain't tripping. I'm good, baby.
I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Okay, let's go.
Taking a look at the CompuBox numbers through the first 3 rounds of this fight, Xander Zayas has thrown 238 punches compared to 131 punches for Cruz, landing at a 46% clip on his power shots for Xander Zayas. There's another.
Sneaky right hand from Zayas. Broke to the guard though.
With the left hand as well.
Oh, good body shot. Good body shot from Zayas. Again, to the other side. And Cruz is like, shaking his head like, come on, but you got to get some offense started yourself, my man.
And I'm just trying to find out how Cruz even threw 132 punches for the first 3 rounds. That sounds like more than what we actually saw.
But you see the percentage, though, of total landed. 19%.
Oh, down to the body with the right hand. That's been something Zayas has been consistent on, is that body attack. Over 100 body shots thrown.
And like you pointed out before the fight, this man throws a lot of punches, and he has not stopped throwing. And all his punches, they're landing with precision for the most part. They all have a meaning.
Oh, gets caught with the jab there from Cruz.
Backing out, hands down.
And that's one of the things Cruz said, was he believes that Xander doesn't always take his head off the line. And in fact that he fatigues later on in fights too, and they look to step on it late towards the second half of the fight, but you gotta get there.
Yeah, you gotta get there first. At this rate, I'm not saying he's close to being put out, but if you allow Zayas to continue just doing what he wants, he might not get to the later round. He did say in the fight meeting that he plans on taking him into deep waters, but like you put it out, you gotta get there first. Well, that shit might sell.
Looking for a right hand coming from Cruz over his jab. He just hasn't really been able to unleash that weapon much here.
There we go.
He gets a couple shots off.
But he gives it right back. He stopped. He gives it right back. Nice little left hook to the body from Zayas.
And gets caught with a right hand from Cruz there.
Work your way out. Hands are free. Hands are free. Work it out. Work it out. Hands are free. Got one hand. Got one hand free. Work.
Right. Counter with the right.
In our main event, there is the WBO and Lineal Ring Magazine World Champ Josh Taylor jumping some rope, getting warmed up. Get ready for his fight. That's coming up next in our main event. Gotta stay warm, never know.
Yeah.
Skipping rope in his undies. That's how he's. Are you okay with that? The jump rope getting warmed up now? Is it getting off some energy?
If it gets the blood, if it gets that heart rate pumping, then it's cool. But yeah, I've never skipped rope. I'm used to just gloving up and hitting some pads just to get loose. But everyone has their own thing. But I don't do it in my undies though.
The tartan draws for the tartan tornado. Round 5 scheduled for 8. More of those front foot fakes. Say that 3 times fast, you know? Front foot fakes.
Front foot fake, We'll get back to you on that one later on, folks. And you know what's crazy? You mentioned that Cruz says Zayas doesn't move his head up the line, but for the most part in this fight, Cruz has been the one that's kept his head on the swivel. Now the crowd's getting restless. I don't know why. I thought Zayas was doing a great.
It's because they're showing a toolbox on the screen in the arena of Teofimo Lopez getting warmed up. So I think that's some of the fans that have made the trip over, and the fans that he has here of Josh Taylor kind of booing Xander.
So much for Teofimo having a home field advantage.
You know what? It really didn't feel that way at the weigh-ins.
No, it didn't.
Really didn't.
Okay. Cruz with a nice combination there. We need more of that.
Uppercut lead combination from Zayas.
That hurt.
And when you smile and nod, that's usually what that hurt.
That's one thing about Zayas, though. If you catch him with a good combination or a shot, he's coming right back. And that's why I said that Cruz needs to continue being busy. Don't just admire your work. Go back to work. Continue working.
Right hand gets in for Cruz. Action back to the center of the ring as Zayas again.
For Cruz, nice little counter. Now, Zayas needs to bring back his left hand on that jab back. If you see where that left hand is going, and Cruz, he's watching it. Good three-punch combination from Zayas. And nice combination coming back from Cruz.
Cruz picking up a little bit of momentum from the last round, and now this round able to land on more combinations, but right back comes Zayas connecting with several scoring punches there.
Yeah, and just a moment ago I see some blood flowing out of Cruz's mouth from all these accumulation of punches. But I guess this is the part where Cruz meant by deep waters, because he's been a lot more active this round than any other round so far in this fight.
Well, he did say towards the second half of the fight they kind of wanted to step it up. Round 5, we're here.
Yeah.
And there is Teofimo Lopez. That's kind of the shot that the crowd was seeing in the arena when you heard some of the boos as he's getting his hands wrapped and getting ready to look to capture a world title now at 140 pounds. He's the former undisputed lightweight champion down at 135 pounds. This now coming up another weight class looking to beat the man who had all the belts at 140 pounds, which was Josh Taylor, before he either got stripped or vacated some of those titles for not fighting mandatories in each of the various sanctioning bodies. But tonight we'll be defending the WBO, and of course he still has that Ring Magazine title.
The one that counts, the one that matters, the man of the division.
Yep.
That title, folks.
So the double takeover, as he said he should be dubbed after he takes over another division, is what he's looking to do this evening. Now, coming up next in our main event for right now, it's been all Xander Zayas here in our co-main through the first 5 rounds, scoring a knockdown of Cruz in round 1 and outlanding his opponent.
Okay, Cruz coming on though now.
By a significant margin, according to the CompuBox numbers, landing 42% of his shots to the body, 43% of his power shots.
I like how Cruz is kind of like boxing him a little bit more instead of just walking him down with his hands up. You know, even on time he does go back to the peekaboo style, but he's starting to throw that jab a little bit more than he was in the last five rounds or so. See right there, he doesn't need to do. He doesn't need to do that though.
That's the uppercut. He definitely doesn't want to serve his chin out there on the platter for the shot that Xander's coach has been calling for, which is that uppercut.
And he's squaring up.
Back to the jab goes Zayas.
Love that jab.
Triples up on it.
Yeah. The jab, honestly, it keeps Cruz honest.
Cruz got in a right hand and there, a sneaky shot, but no umph, if you will, on the punches of Cruz. He's just kind of throwing them to let it go.
Good combination for Cruz, though. And here comes Zayas. Every time. He does not like to be outdone. I've noticed that. Ooh. Good left hand to the body. Another one from Zayas. Oh, and then he snuck in a sneaky uppercut.
Cruz has 2 career losses. Both of those have come by unanimous decision. One of them in his last fight against Damian Sosa, in a fight that he did not look bad in that fight. When I watched it back, I mean, it was a really good performance for Sosa, but Ronald Cruz more than held his own, albeit coming out losing a unanimous decision. His other loss was only in his 3rd pro fight, so very durable, and Xander Zayas knew that coming into this fight.
And he has a chin.
And he sparred with some really tough guys.
Yeah.
I mean, he's sparred at every gym. He sparred Mike Tyson in the past, you know, to get him ready for an exhibition. He's sparred Sergey Lipinets. He's sparred Janibek Alimkhanala.
Yeah, he just caught Xander with a good right hand a moment ago. Good counter.
Body shot too, though, by
I'm digging again.
Zayas right back down to the body as more of that kind of clinching you talked about, or holding his guard of Cruz. Oh. A lot of different flags, though, in the audience tonight. You got the Puerto Rican flags, you got some of the Honduran flags, you got, of course, the Scottish flag. I mean, it's just, it's really an international card if you look at the fighters that we've had, even in the last 6 fights.
But this is why we love boxing. Boxing brings the world together when you look at it.
Let's go. Let's go. Hey, try his gloves. Oh yeah, there's like dye leaking. Get in there.
The penultimate round. This one's scheduled for 8 round 7, 200 more punches thrown by Xander Zayas than that of Ronald Cruz, landing twice as many shots through the first 6 rounds.
Love that jab. I love how Zayas, he didn't get away from the jab. Even this late in the fight, he still goes back to the fundamentals, and he's still constantly pumping out that jab. I love the aggression that Cruz is showing, though, with some more sense of urgency, especially the fact that possibly he may need a knockdown. I mean, well, a knockout at this point.
Catches him with a little check hook on the inside there.
They both kind of get each other on the inside with little petty shots here and there. Good body shot from Zayas. Another one.
Right back to it for Zayas. And another Puerto Rican I know that's been known to throw some left hooks to the body.
His idol.
The one and only Miguel Cotto, who fought on this day for Top Rank and
in this building.
I think going back to 2005 was the first kind of Puerto Rican Day weekend show that Top Rank has put on, and he carried that torch for many, many years, and they're looking for the next one, I'll tell you that. Oh, good combination, just sweat spewing off the head of Cruz.
Sharp.
Xander, sharp is a great word, Jamal. He has looked sharp from the opening bell. And you can tell that he's told us his body needed that rest, that injury that he was battling, that has kept him out of the ring 182 days. He looks refreshed. He looks sharp because he has had a very busy young career. Kept him very busy.
It looks like he didn't even miss a step though.
And good on the young fighter for listening to his body and what he needed at just 20 years old, knowing I need to preserve this for the career. Big shot there. Again, right back to it.
Kind of rattle Cruz there again. Now you see
Cruz is hurt.
The ref is looking closely.
Cruz is definitely hurt. Willis taking a good look. Another barrage of punches comes in, but Cruz stays on his feet. Zayas pouring the heat on more so now here in round 7.
And he's actually fighting Cruz's game. Chest to chest, forehead to forehead. Whoa.
It's tough.
Yeah, Cruz is tough.
Oh, the tough is getting him punched in the mouth right now as Xander continues to pour on. That is the end of the round. Woo. Those last 30 seconds, 45 seconds, Xander Zayas really delivered some heavy shots.
I think, no, he might need a stool. Right now, they got him standing up in the corner. But yeah, here comes the stool, because he needs that stool. I don't know if the Torrents are there.
There's Josh Taylor still getting warmed up there in the locker room. And Sky Sports' own Andy Scott will be joining us in between this fight and our main event. He's kind of been embedded there with Josh Taylor the entire week to add some perspective. And of course, they have a great relationship. He knows him very well and just is a great boxing mind. So we will hear from Andy Scott in between this, our co-main event, and our main event. That's still to come, of course. Teofimo Lopez, Josh Taylor for 12 rounds is up next. Coming out for the last round, these guys touch him up.
Now, I won't say good fight, but I will definitely say hell of a performance from Zayas so far in this fight. Because it's basically been one-sided all fight. Cruz is trying.
Yeah, he is.
He's trying.
Jake's partner.
So I'll give him that. He's definitely trying. It's just that, it's not a knock against him. It's just that Zayas is just on a different level at this point in the fight.
And we've seen other fighters go down from shots like this as he gets a sneaky shot in there on the chin of Zayas.
Yeah, I will give Cruz credit, though. He did get dropped in the first round, and, he's fought his way. He still kept, he's still in it.
Yeah, he caught him early cold, but since then he's taken a lot of shots and stood his ground. Like body shots like that. I mean, Xander Zayas has landed over 120 body shots.
That's crazy. can barely get a fighter to throw 100 jabs, let alone land 100 body shots.
Let me reel that back for a second. 123 power punches, 60 of those body shots. I stand corrected.
Still amazing though, because the ones we've seen up close by us, they've been very effective. Like that one.
Again.
Now Zayas, he can't overextend. Don't get too greedy. Take your feet with you. Nice shot from Cruz. Line him up with the right hand and caught Zayas with a good right hand.
Stop. Okay, I got you.
70 seconds left in this scheduled 8-rounder. And what has, for the most part, been a pillar-to-post performance for Zayas against a durable, tough Ronald Cruz. Oh, nice shot in with the right hand for Cruz.
Good jab for Zayas.
And he knew that Cruz was going to be tough.
Yeah. But he needed this fight, especially with the long layup. You need fights like this to get that ring rust off. And this is just so you can see where you're at. And I give him a flying DT pass. So far, this test with flying colors. And it's great to see the kid back. But yeah, you need tests like this in your career. You need fights like this. You don't always want those early knockouts. I mean, yes, they look good and a win's a win, but sometimes you need some a guy that's durable in front of you to really hone your skills and test yourself out.
And that's exactly what Ronald Cruz was, but it was all Zayas tonight on the eve of the Puerto Rican Day Parade in a dominant performance at the theater at Madison Square Garden. Of course, we still got to go to the judges' scorecards and see how they have this one scored. But a solid performance, and all my respect as well to Ronald Cruz. After getting dropped early in the fight, he came back and hung in there tough for another 7 rounds of this one, but got caught with a lot of clean shots.
Yeah, a lot, yeah.
From Zayas.
I mean, looking at copy box, he landed 45% of his power shots. Zayas, that is, nearly half of his half of his power punches. So that says it all.
Body work like that he was consistent with throughout the fight. Invested in the body early, shot that uppercut, great combinations, worked off the jab, used the feints.
He threw 311 jabs, so everything started off the jab, and it was a thing of beauty.
Just waiting for Mark Chinook to make his way to the ring, and then we'll get the official decision and I believe an interview with the winner tonight. There is Teofimo Lopez getting warmed up. No gloves on quite yet. If this is a live shot, I'm not sure, but he's coming up next in our main event. Yep, it is indeed. My producer telling me in my ear, Marty Corwin, it is a live look into the locker room of Teofimo Lopez. Oh, a little middle finger to the world. A couple from his dad yesterday at the weigh-in, one there. I think that was a way to say, that we're number one.
Yeah, we're number one. We are.
Accidentally stuck up
You and I are definitely number one tonight. I'm pretty sure those tuning in the sky would agree with that.
They also have the Miguel Cotto Trophy, which I believe it's the second annual award recipient. The winner will be given the Miguel Cotto Trophy to signify the significance, if you will, of this weekend. Celebrating the Puerto Rican heritage and culture.
But that's big. That says a lot, though.
I mean, especially when that's your idol, right?
Yeah.
Mark Chinook looks ready to announce the decision. We'll take a couple looks back at the fight. We'll get an interview, and then we'll get ready for our main event. But overall, 622 total punches thrown from Zayas to 358 for Ronald Cruz. Overall landing 27% of his shots, 40% to the body, 45% of his power shots landing. Here's Mark Chinook.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside the theater at Madison Square Garden, after 8 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. John McKay, Alan Nace, and Robin Taylor all score the bout 80-71 for your winner by unanimous decision, who this evening also receives the Miguel Cotto Award in honor of the Puerto Rican Day Parade here in New York City. And still, the NABF and NABO Junior Middleweight Champion, Zayas!
Winner tonight by every round, Zayas improving his professional record now to 16-0, 10 as a professional. He's going to be standing by it with ESPN's own Bernardo Osuna. There is the Miguel Cotto Trophy, and a big smile, of course, from the young Puerto Rican. He retains his 2 regional world titles, the NABF and NABO title. And Ronald Cruz exiting the ring, still waving, laughing, like, I had a good time, I'm glad to be here. And he was tough as nails, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
There's Javier Centeno with a fractured arm and all. He had his arm in that sling. He said if this guy would take it easy on me on the mitts, on the pads, maybe I wouldn't have broke my arm. We knew we were into something, huh, when we saw that.
And he showed it, though. He showed it tonight against Cruz.
Looks like Bernardo's in position, and he's standing by with Xander Zayas. And we'll take that interview, and then we'll carry on. And happy birthday to Bernardo. Yes, today is also Bernardo's birthday, so happy birthday to, he can't hear us, but
we'll let him know. We'll let him know.
Happy birthday to my friend and colleague, Bernardo Osuna, one of the good guys in boxing, most definitely. It'll be interesting to see some of the matchups too for Xander Zayas if he stays at 154. I mean, I can obviously see him continuing to grow and fill out to his frame. I don't know how much longer he's going to stay at 54, but I think that I could see him challenging for a world title there in the next year or two.
Definitely. With that performance, again, he's definitely past being a prospect. You know, he's definitely on his way. Well, he's a contender now, like you mentioned. He's ranked. And, you know, he's ranked in these sanctioning bodies, which put some eligibility for a world title. It's just that now, like, with more competition, better competition, is going to get him prepared for those, like, again, because the 154 division is stacked. So with better competition, it's going to better prepare him for those type of fights.
Cruz, welcome to MSG on Puerto Rican Day weekend. Your dream was to fight here on this special day. Talk to me about that first round and how he was able to make it through.
Bernardo, primero que todo, como siempre, en español para toda mi gente de Puerto Rico, toda mi gente que se dio la cita hoy. ¡Wow! Un sueño hecho realidad. De verdad que súper emocionado y orgulloso de estar aquí con ustedes hoy. Gracias por todo. Thank you to all my Puerto Rican fans, everybody that came out. It's a dream come true. I'm very, very happy to be here and very excited to be, you know, in the Puerto Rican Day weekend. He was a tough guy. I was hitting with everything, and he would just didn't want to go down. He was here to fight. Like I told you guys in the fighting meetings, he was motivated. He was a tough test, but we got it done with flying colors, unanimous decision, and we got the adjustments that we needed to do.
You did mention the fact that because he was motivated, he was going to bring out the best in you. What was it that he brought out of Xander Zayas tonight?
The dog in me. I had to dig deep. I had to stay focused. I had to listen to the corner. And most importantly, have fun, which was the most important part of everything. I mean, the crowd was cheering for me, so I was trying to stay as focused as possible.
Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done tonight once again for Xander Zayas, and he said, hey, it made me have to, dig deep tonight, show a little bit of the dog that I've got in me, and he's going to need that. Like you said, it's a great learning
he had
experience
a lot of
for
dog,
him.
too. He had a lot of dog. You've seen him. Just that right hand was on point all night.
He knocked
Cruz down the first round.
Yep. And then continued to push forward using the uppercut, investing in the body consistently, throwing good combination punches.
Bad intentions on a lot of those shots. Bad intentions. That right hand on the chin again. Everything starts with the jab, folks. And hands with that right hand. Them power shots. Sneaky uppercuts. Zayas showed a little bit of everything tonight from his arsenal. This kid is sharp. And as we got from the back, we got 3 minutes before Zayas' interview. Oh, I'm sorry.
I appreciate you, Jamel. We will be back in just a moment and be joined by Andy Scott on the other side of this video feature, so stay with us. A beautiful night in New York City. Christina Poncher, Jamel Herring here with you, getting ready for our main event that's coming up next. And we are pleased to be joined by Sky Sports' own Andy Scott. Andy, nice to have you on this side of the pond, if you will.
Let me just say it's an absolute pleasure. Everyone on Sky Sports has enjoyed, Jamel, your commentary and yours as well, Christina. So the pleasure is absolutely mine to be welcomed on this side of the pond and on Top Rank.
I mean, it's been quite a week. You've been here longer than we have, and you've seen all the action, you know, between these two, the talk back and forth. Before we get specifically into Josh Taylor, who I know you're very familiar with, just your sense of how this week has been, which will culminate tonight in our main event between these two guys.
Well, I'll tell you something for free. Nobody told me about the wildfires and the smoke.
Right,
it was like
I know,
a horror
my
movie.
goodness.
I didn't know where I was.
Right, early in the week.
It's the apocalypse. Exactly right. The orange skies. It was something quite incredible. But it's built throughout the week. That's the truth. It was a slow start in terms of it was just Team Taylor. Team Teofimo Lopez was off limits for us. So we almost became embedded with Josh Taylor, and that's something that we don't usually do. We kind of got accepted as team members and a part of the extended family. But that gave us great access. And the one thing that I would say is the atmosphere in that camp has been like something I've never experienced. They are so confident, and if there are any question marks about Taylor and his previous performances, particularly the fight against Jack Catterall, which I know we're going to come on to shortly, it's really sort of awoken a beast in Josh Taylor. He feels like his whole resume has been questioned. He feels nights like this against Jose Ramirez, things like that have been forgotten, and I think it's made him a very, very dangerous man.
When we had a chance to speak to him yesterday in the fighter meetings, he said that he truly feels that this has been his best weight cut by far, and also that his best preparation with his new team. Like he's like, I feel as good as I felt, or better than I felt before that Ramirez fight. And you believe that with what you've seen and with the new team and the energy around?
I do believe that, and I'm sure that every fighter says it's been the best camp.
Oh, of course they do.
I'm sure,
We all do.
Jamel, I'm sure every fighter says it's been the best weight cut I've ever had.
Yeah.
With my own eyes, all I can say is we were allowed exclusive access to his final 2 training sessions.
Okay.
And he was so fluid, so loose, and look, Josh Taylor wouldn't make a great poker player because you know exactly what he's thinking. We were all there for the build-up to Catterall, where it was obvious that he had done the weight very, very badly. There was a documentary that was made by our colleagues at the BBC. They had looked behind the scenes, and it was a terrible weight cut. This time round, it just, you know, famous last words of a fool, but he looked like he has made it terrifically well. He said it's been the best camp since the Prograis fight, which he feels was his best performance and certainly his best preparation. I mean, he looked good against Baranchik as well.
Sure.
But certainly from what I saw with my own eyes, he looked tremendous all week, and I don't think there are lies being told. It's been a good cut, especially like you mentioned with the new team. They seem to have gelled very well. Himself, Declan O'Rourke and Joseph McNally. They've got a doctor and a sports scientist in Dr. Carl Evans from the Liverpool John Moore University, who's been here in camp, and he's monitored every single thing that's gone in his body in terms of calorie intake. It just feels like...
And he needs that. He needs all of that, because look, this is the biggest opportunity in terms of coming over here, fighting at Madison Square Garden, something he's always dreamed of doing. You don't need to hear it from me. Let's hear it from the man himself. Here is Josh Taylor talking about what this moment means to him tonight here in New York City.
Ken Buchanan, the great Scottish champion, died not long ago. I know you were close. How has it affected you?
It's made me more determined to sort of make him proud as a tribute to him as well. I'm fighting in a place that he boxed in. I feel quite sad that I never got to go to his funeral because I was in training camp. I'm pretty sure that in the conversations that I had with Ken and stuff as well, that's what he would have told me to do. He would have told me to stay focused, do what you've got to do, and go and win this fight.
Did he ever talk to you about fighting in the Garden?
Yeah, a lot of times, yeah.
What do you think the Garden meant to him?
I think it meant a lot to him. He had a lot of his big fights here, so I think you could call this his home, really. For me, he's the best Scottish fighter ever, and one of the UK's best ever as well.
Do you think you've exceeded him?
No, I would never ever say that. Too much respect for Ken Buchanan.
I know you've thought a lot about fighting here. What do you expect it to be like?
Just amazing. It's ones that I've always dreamed of coming over here. And my uncle was always saying to me and my dad, I'm going to start saving. We're going to Madison Square Garden with this kid. We're going to be going to Madison Square Garden with you, and we're here now. So yeah, it's a big, it's quite an emotional one for me because I know he always believed in me.
So obviously a lot on the line for him in terms of history and representing what Ken Buchanan meant to him and what he's done in this building as well. But I want to quickly get to another comment or video of Josh Taylor talking about that Catterall fight. Take a listen.
High energy from Glasgow.
Josh Taylor may go out tonight. What happened with Catterall?
I made the almost grave mistake of getting complacent and looking past what was beyond Jack Catterall. I started focusing on what was next rather than what was right in front of me, so therefore never really prepared properly, mentally and physically.
You took a beating in the media and with the fans after that fight.
Yeah.
Did it get to you?
Not really. What did get to me was the abuse side of things online. My wife was getting it. My little sister was getting it. Threats of violence getting put on them.
Does a win here wash that away?
To a certain extent it will, yeah. But there's always going to be keyboard warriors that are going to just say their shit anyway. I've got a chip on my shoulder from last fight, got a point to prove. I've got the hunger, I've got the desire, I've got a big goal and a big target in front of me.
I mean, I'm going to let you take it from here. I mean, what he can get off his back tonight from that last performance, you're only as good as your last fight, right? I mean, that's the saying goes. What does this mean for him tonight and for his career going forward?
Well, I think, unfortunately for Josh, that Jack Catterall result is always going to be there until those two maybe one day meet again. The chances of that happening, I'm not so sure. The only defence I would give to Josh Taylor was that he didn't score the fight. OK, people can pick holes in how he dealt with it, but it was down to 3 scoring judges at ringside. You know, did Josh Taylor box badly, or did Jack Catterall box really well, and perhaps he's not getting the credit that he deserves? One thing I would say is he didn't have a good night at the office, Josh Taylor. You know, you don't need me to tell you that. Right. He boxed poorly, he was dropped, and he will want to set the record straight, certainly in terms of performance. He will want to show, like he said in that VT there about the chip on his shoulder, it's lit a fire under him. You know, make no mistake, Josh Taylor wants to come in here tonight, just across the water from T.O.'s hometown of Brooklyn, and he wants to silence everyone in here, and he wants to silence all the doubters online.
I think that's something that Teofimo's looking to do tonight as well. Because
both of them, yeah.
You know, he's not coming off a spectacular performance by any means, and if he didn't have too many doubters before that performance, then maybe with some of the comments that he's made and questions about where he is mentally heading into this fight have both lent itself to some questions. But fortunately for us, we get to sit back and get some answers here in just a few moments. Andy, I appreciate you so much for joining us. I wish you could stay on.
It's good to see you, my man.
No, both of you, absolute pleasure. You're doing a great job. Long may it continue.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Andy. Here's a little bit more on the two principals in our main event tonight, Josh Taylor and Teofimo Lopez.
Hey, maggot.
Do you respect anything about Taylor?
I respect that he signed this contract.
You turned down mandatories before. Why'd you take this one?
It's the only belt I've got left. Teofimo was a big name. He's a very accomplished fighter at lightweight.
What do you see in Josh Taylor?
A guy that has no heart.
A clown like Teofimo Lopez isn't going to faze me at all. I think he'll leave the game once I give him that much of a beatdown.
You said you wanted to kill him in the ring.
And what comes with boxing in a deadly sport? Death.
I know that what he puts on is a persona. It's the old saying, but the loudest one in the room is the weakest one in the room. Emotions are raw. He's shown how fragile he is.
Bro, do I still have it? You do, man. You know? Do I still got it? 3 weeks before the fight against Sandor Martin, I broke my left hand in sparring. So they had to cut a piece of my bone here so that they could put both of them together.
All the guys at 140 are licking their chops because they don't think that they see the same Lopez that they once saw.
Sam Martin was just surviving. He was just surviving. I've never really faced a style fighter like that in my life.
So, you still got it?
Yeah, I still got it, man. It never left. It's a mental game of using the bad for your good. And then when you got them, it's like a fish on a hook. And right now, I got Josh Taylor reeling him in.
Self-doubt. He's playing it off as reverse psychology, but I don't think he's as clever as that, and he's definitely not that intelligent to be doing that.
Taylor might go out tonight. That left hand cannot miss from counter.
Obviously, my last performance wasn't very good. I started focusing on what was next rather than what was right in front of me, and so I think this one, back to my usual self and back to reminding people why I'm the king at 140.
What's the best thing Josh Taylor does?
He's a counterpuncher, very good at it. So he's very poised on that part.
Where is Josh Taylor most vulnerable?
His left hand, because you can see it coming.
I've had bigger and tougher threats than Teofimo Lopez. He's definitely all over the place mentally. One minute he's talking about being a role model, and then the next sentence he's talking about he wants to take my life. I don't think he's the most stable mental person at the minute.
This is who I am, a guy that's lovable, but man, when it comes to my sport, no questions asked. It's kill or be killed.
I believe you're sincere, but how do you reconcile killing a guy in a ring with Josh?
I'm coming from a place where the same arena that I'm facing at is where I nearly lost my life. Boxing is a deadly sport, and that comes with the territory. There's no right, there's no wrong there.
I think I might knock some sense into him. If the self-doubts that he's got will be cemented, and he's not going to have any place to come back from it when I give him a real brutal beatdown.
You said you wanted to kill him in the ring. Why?
They be saying people forgot about me. Let's see if they forget about me now.
You talk about being a role model.
You gotta have good and bad to balance the world. I'm a beautiful man outside the ring, but oh man, I'm like a devil on horns in the ring.
I've seen how you are before fights for 6 years now. But to me, I always seen you as like you're a sweet kid. Where is that kid?
He's here. He's a kid that's turning into a man.
Taylor calls you mentally fragile, even mentally unstable. Your reaction?
So many people say the same thing. I got used to it by now. And I'm mentally ill, physically ill, crazy. I get crazy a lot.
Always in the lead up to one of your fights. Why are we talking about your state of mind?
I don't know. My life is pretty awesome.
In the lead up to the fight, you said,
I'll tell you like this, man. You know why I say I'd kill this man? It's because I want to die low-key. At least if I die doing what I love.
You want to die?
Yeah, but only in my ring, you know? Can't die outside the ring.
No. You gotta explain yourself. That you're willing to die in the ring. That's what you're trying to say.
It's cool, man. Just ask me the questions.
In the lead up to the fight, you said if they want the black fighters, they can keep them. Why did you say that?
Huh?
Why?
It's just a biased part of what I'm seeing in our field. That's it. Because it just seems like there's certain ones favoritizing others. I believe the commentators that are on the stand of ESPN are a bit biased to certain fighters.
Off the record.
No, it's not off the record. It's just off the record.
You can't well, look, you wake up, bro.
I don't think any...
Say that. Don't get into that, bro.
Wait, let me.
Don't fall into this.
I'm not falling into it.
Brothers, talk about the fight.
I'm not talking. I am. I'm talking about
let
my.
go.
No, then let me let it go.
Yo,
let me let it go.
Hold up.
Let me go.
Hold up.
Hold up. No. There ain't no holding up.
Hey, Junior.
Destroy us.
Junior.
Then let it be. What are you scared of? Let it be. What are you scared of? Stop being a about it and handle it like a man. Handle it like a man. All of y'all, handle it like a man. That right there I've been dealing with for a while. My family is in fear everything I speak out. You know how frustrating that is?
I think I understand what you've been through to get here.
You have not a clue.
Okay.
Not a clue. You have not a clue.
I know
You
there's
have
a
not a
reason.
clue of what I've seen, what I've gone through, and what I'm continuing to walk through. None of y'all.
I see a kid who went through a lot of growing up, a lot, who's carrying his whole family, and I think that the pressure is...
It's not on. No, man, it's not on. Y'all wild. Y'all wild. We built for this.
Well, we are going to see if he's built for this, because the build-up to this fight and the quotes and everything that has been said by him has a lot of people thinking that perhaps Teofimo Lopez should not even be stepping into the ring tonight.
I mean,
you're a fighter. You've been through a lot, Jamel, in your life. Inside, out of the ring, on the battlefield, with your personal life, with your family, etc. You, more than anybody, knows how important it is to be mentally prepared. Do you feel tonight confident in the mental fortitude of Teofimo stepping into the ring?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, you guys.
Well, that's your answer, right?
Yeah,
if it's not yes, then you're not confident.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing, and I think most people would agree with you.
And you and I both. We
know him very well,
and we love the kid. You know, we know the good side of the kid. Lately, we haven't got to see that side of, obviously, because he's battling demons and things of that nature. But overall, you know, outside of boxing, I just wish the best for the kid. But the kid needs to, I think, for the most part.
I mean, he's 25 years old.
Yeah, he needs to make some drastic changes outside the ring, within his corner, in my opinion, and so on. But right now, we can't. It's too late. It's too late for that right now. Obviously, he has a job to do. And we just have to wait and see. I mean, he says one thing, we see another. So hopefully, you know, whatever he's saying is what he really feels in his mind, and not just saying it. And hopefully, he feels that he's back. He feels that, you know, he didn't like his past two performances, and you know, he's back to having fun as he says, and things of that nature. But when you watch those clips, it's hard to agree with him.
I agree. I definitely agree, and I think Josh Taylor sees it too. He said, this guy's all over the place mentally. I'm going to go through there and I'm going to demolish him. It might end early. They had to weigh in first. So let's take a look at the weigh-in footage from yesterday when Teofimo had to strip down on the scale and hit that 140 mark for the third time as a professional at 140. And there is Josh Taylor, who looked really good, in my opinion, on the scale at 140 pounds. So a testament to him and what he says, you know, was a extremely no drama filled weight cut for him, and he wore the kilt, in fact, there to kind of not only pay homage to Ken Buchanan, which we'll see in his whole kit when he walks out, but to kind of, you know, poke at Teofimo Lopez, who's made fun of him for his attire. Let's look at the tail of the tape for our main event tonight, this World Championship fight. Jamel Herring.
Tail of tape, Teofimo Lopez versus Josh Taylor. Teofimo Lopez coming in at 140 to Josh Taylor's 139.8. Josh Taylor having a 2-inch height advantage as well as a 1-inch reach advantage over Lopez for this highly anticipated main event.
This morning on Sky Sports, Josh Taylor saying, you know, maybe this was around noon, I should say, Eastern time, that he was up about 16 pounds from where he was. So I think that, you know, he's probably up another, 5 from there at least. We'll be ready for battle tonight at the Mecca of boxing, albeit in the theater at Madison Square Garden. You're looking at the skyline of beautiful New York City, a place that means a lot to Josh Taylor, where his idol and who he says is the best fighter to ever come out of Scotland, the International Boxing Hall of Famer Ken Buchanan, has headlined many times here in New York City. Josh Taylor's whole kit pays homage to Ken Buchanan. You'll see that during his ring walk, of course, which will be second as the takeover. Teofimo Lopez tonight is fighting just a stone's throw away from Brooklyn, New York, his hometown, the Statue of Liberty. This place is fitting for a fight of this caliber. Two fighters, one in Teofimo Lopez, who has been a unified world champion, undisputed, if you will, depending on how you want to look at the Haney situation at 135 pounds, and the same with Josh Taylor, who's been the man, the lineal champ, at 140 pounds.
Listen,
these are the fights that boxing needs right here.
Listen, like my man Tom Gray says back over in the course of the pond, the only title that matters is that the lineal title. Of course, yes, undisputed is great. Josh Taylor did that, but more importantly, he's carrying that Ring Magazine title, which means everything to fighters across the globe. I don't care what you say. That's all that matters.
That will be on the line tonight as Josh Taylor also enters this bout for the first time with Joe McNally as his trainer and in his corner. Of course, on the other side, Teofimo Lopez Sr. in his son's corner as he looks to become a 2-division world champion. The fighters are getting ready to make their ring walk now in front of a sold-out theater at Madison Square Garden. Out first, the takeover, Teofimo Lopez. Is the 25-year-old Teofimo Lopez, 18-1 as a pro, 13 KOs. The WBO #1 mandatory challenger, making his way through the crowd here at the theater. Phones out, every seat filled tonight. You will hear some boos tonight for Teofimo Lopez, even though he is fighting closer to home, as there has been quite a presence for the Tartan Tornado this week and at the weigh-ins yesterday, and indeed tonight here in the theater. Think about the last time Teofimo Lopez stepped through these ropes in the theater at Madison Square Garden. It was the only blemish on his record, a losing effort to George Kambosos Jr. Back in the same building now, looking to become a 2-division world champion.
I will say this to you though. When was the last time you seen Teofimo walk first in a fight?
Yeah, probably against Vasily Lomachenko. That might have been the last.
That probably was the last one.
And that was in a bubble, and I didn't get to see it myself.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still upset that didn't get the proper audience that it should. Now time for the champion, the Tartan Tornado, Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor, 32 years old, 19-0 as a professional, 13 knockouts. wearing the kit inspired by his idol, International Boxing Hall of Famer and the undisputed king in the two-belt era back in 1971, King Kenny Buchanan. He had headlined many times here at Madison Square Garden. Josh Taylor wanting to pay homage to him tonight with a kit that is similar to the one that Kenny wore when he fought here at Madison Square Garden, the same style of jacket. The name in white, just like Ken Buchanan. Just a different tartan print, the Taylor tartan. Plaid, and you can hear the crowd now. Many have come here in support of Josh Taylor. Friends, family, of course we saw his wife Danielle this week. And it's all for this moment right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside the world's most famous arena. We're in the theater here at Madison Square Garden. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. Brought to you this evening by Boost Mobile, Money is Power, by AutoZone, Get in the Zone, by Bud Light, the official beer of celebrations, and by DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app today. We are sanctioned by the New York State Athletic Commission, Executive Director Kim Sumbler, Director of Boxing Matt Delaglio, your physicians at ringside, Dr. Sherry Belmonte, Dr. Avery Brown, Dr. Richard Chang, Dr. Jennifer Galjou, and Dr. Mike Lenahan. Your timekeepers this evening, Lisa Mendez, Yvonne Williams. Your judges at ringside, Steve Gray, Joe Pasquale, and Benoit Roussel. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Michael Griffin. And now to everyone in attendance here inside the theater at Madison Square Garden. This bout is scheduled for 12 rounds for the WBO and Ring Magazine Junior Welterweight Championships of the World. And as always, this is boxing. This is Top Rank. And oh, baby, this is the main event. Introducing first out of the Bud Light blue corner. He weighed in at 140 pounds. His trunks are blue with white. His record, 18 victories with only 1 defeat. 13 victories coming by way of knockout. He is a 2016 Olympian. He is the former Ring Magazine, Lineal, WBA, IBF, WBO, and WBC franchise lightweight king. He is the current WBO #1 junior welterweight contender from Brooklyn, New York. The takeover, Teofimo Lopez. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 139.8 pounds. His trunks, tartan. He's a 2012 Olympian. His record, perfect. 19 fights, 19 victories. 13 of those victories coming by way of knockout. In 2021, he became the undisputed champion of the world. Having never tasted defeat, he is still the reigning and defending WBO and Ring Magazine Junior Welterweight Champion of the World. From Prestonpans, Edinburgh, Scotland, the Tartan Tornado, Josh Taylor!
Tio! Josh! Receive my instructions in the dressing room. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves now, men. We're about to go. God bless you both.
Michael Griffin, the third man in the ring tonight for our main event scheduled for 12 rounds in the junior welterweight division, the WBO and Lineal World Championships, the Ring Magazine on the line. Christina Poncher and Jamel Herring here with you from the theater at Madison Square Garden. The energy is palpable.
Yes.
I know you can feel it, Jamel Herring.
Woo. Yes.
Guys both are shaking out their legs a little bit.
Look at Josh's face, though. Look at Josh's face.
He is looking directly in the direction of Teofimo Lopez, and now a lot of questions will be answered. The Southpaw Tartan Tornado. Josh Taylor in the tartan trunks taking on the takeover Teofimo Lopez. This is the fourth Southpaw opponent for Teofimo Lopez and the second consecutive. Sandor Martin, who he fought in the big room at Madison Square Garden in December, also Southpaw.
But nice little good two-piece combination from Teofimo Lopez just a moment ago. Hand speed on the display. Nice jab from Taylor. And I see, I like what Taylor's doing right now. He's using lateral movement, and you see Teofimo just put his foot on the outside of Taylor's. They're fighting for that foot battle right now.
Yeah, a lot of times when you have that orthodox versus southpaw matchup, you want to get that lead foot right on the outside to establish that position. You'll see them step on their feet too quite a bit, as it's already happening here as Teofimo looks to land his right hand. And I will forewarn you, we are sitting close to the blue corner, and you will hear the voice of Teofimo's father quite often in the mic. You'll hear that picked up quite a bit.
Yeah, we will have Junior non-officially commentating for this fight as well.
Might as well be on headset.
Yeah, right.
Good body shot there, gets in. Taylor with the left hand.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
As he turns it on here early in round one.
And that's what Taylor's going to do a lot. He's going to make it rough. That's his thing. Even though he can box, he can make it rough in there and be effective when he wants to. Going back to the jab. Oh, nice jab. Nice jab from Taylor.
Teofimo's only loss in his career was to George Kambosos in this very same building.
Nice little sneaky uppercut from Teofimo Lopez as a moment ago.
Overhand left for Lopez connects as Taylor looks to put some body weight and connects to the body a bit of the hold. Michael Griffin quickly mentioning to Taylor to listen to his commands as he moves forward with that lead right hand jab from the southpaw position.
And they said this fight wasn't personal.
Nice body shot there from Taylor.
See a cut on Lopez. I think it's nose. Just the nose, though. Good body shot from Taylor. Yeah, you gotta watch those heads too. Southpaw and orthodox, they gotta watch those heads for sure.
Round one in the books here at the theater, Madison Square Garden. For the first time, let's listen in to Joe McNally in the corner. And now here's a look at Teofimo Lopez's corner, his father, Teofimo Lopez Sr.
You can't box like you. You're making him look like an amateur. Just be a little bit more business. Beautiful round. You're gonna get him. All right? Let's just keep him out. I love you too. Beautiful baby. Let's figure him out. I got him.
Oh, how I wish we could hear more of the corners versus the music, because you know what these guys are saying to their fighters is so valuable. We'll try our best to bring you some of that natural sound from each corner as we get in between these rounds here, round two. Teofimo looking to land that right hand to the body.
He be trying a lot. Oh, you see the little fake they did? Yeah, I don't think he's going to the body, and he came right up top. That was slick. That was slick from Lopez there.
There's a small nick on the bridge of the left side of the nose of Teofimo Lopez from the first round.
Good stab by Taylor with the jab.
Jab to the body.
Another one.
You can see the speed of Teofimo Lopez as he gets baited Taylor in there to that jab.
That's one thing I can't say though. That their speed is not far from leaving them. Is not leaving Teofimo's arsenal anytime soon. I'll give him that. But Josh Taylor right now, he's still sharp. He's focused. He's trying to work that jab more.
Yeah, and he had a good first round.
Yeah. There you go. We're going staying with the jab.
Both looking to imply that
counter
feint with the front foot. Oh, a shot got in there.
Yeah.
And Taylor's holding a bit as they get separated. Yeah, it looked like for a second.
It looked like a little buckle. Probably a little bit off balance, but yeah, the shot did get in. That's that orthodox southpaw. The head, yeah, the heads. Gotta watch the heads. Good body shot from Taylor.
That's a
good two-piece combination from Lopez. Nice counter from Lopez.
Taylor looking to answer down low to the body. And land that left hand. Both fighters had a lot of trash talk leading up to this fight and said that, it's not personal, but
it's personal.
I mean, it's almost palpable that the way that these two guys have, the animosity between them that is built and the way they came out from the opening bell. I mean, you didn't expect anything less. Taylor telling us we'll see who ends up in the back of an ambulance at the end of this fight.
I will say this though. If it's not personal amongst the two men, it's definitely personal within their careers, respectfully. Like Josh Taylor feels like people are counting him out after his last fight, and Teofimo feels pretty much just the same.
Yeah, they both have some things they want to put to rest after this fight, considering their respective last performances. Much closer around there, round two.
They both have a chip on their shoulder for sure.
Without a doubt. Let's take a look at an exchange here towards the end of the round.
Nice little lateral movement from Taylor to hop over to his right, land that sneaky shot. Then there's some little trash talking from Taylor.
I mean, why stop now, right?
Yeah, right.
Josh Taylor, when we spoke to him yesterday about Teofimo in this fight, and there's that nice hook. He said, that Teofimo's wild in there, that he loses concentration. He gave him props for his athleticism, his speed, his power. But, I think the key for Josh Taylor, and it's something that Joe spoke about, and Declan as well, is just we need to be aggressive, but clever at the same time. Have educated aggression against Teofimo Lopez. And I think that was a great soundbite.
That's when the ring IQ plays in. You got to be smart in there.
Round 3 scheduled for 12. Christina Poncher and Jamel Herring here on the call. And Teofimo gave a little push
to the ref
there.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
And Michael Griffin's going to need to get a hold of this real quick and get both of these guys focused.
It ain't personal. It ain't personal, though. Yeah. Oh, Josh is crazy. It's a fight. It's a fight.
Nice sneaky shot there. Lands for Teofimo with a slip. The forward momentum kind of carrying him over there.
Good counter from Lopez.
And you can see that there's a lot coming behind these punches for both both guys. Bad intentions.
We can hear it. We can hear the impact. Whether it's the elbow or a glove, we can hear it. Nice left hand from Taylor there. And TFP, he has to watch out for Taylor in those clinches because remember, in the clinch, Josh Taylor got that sneaky uppercut that put Jose Ramirez down, and he almost slipped in a little sneaky uppercut a few moments ago just as well.
And then another shot when it was looking like they were going to break. And
yeah, that's what he does. That half step back and boom, that's how he gets you.
But that's why you have to be alert at all times.
Protect yourself
and
at all
protect
times.
Yourself at all times. Oh, good shot there. Gets in for Taylor.
Another one. Another counter. A little swelling, I think, coming up under Taylor's right eye, though. I could be wrong, but I see some red.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Red underneath the right eye.
Nice right hand from Teofimo Lopez. Down to the body.
He was under the right eye from a head clash against Jack Catterall. That he was cut as well, but he's had several cuts underneath both eyes throughout the span of his career, hasn't he?
At least he has him under him. I usually get him over.
That's worse.
Right.
Well, some of them are over. I just mean on his eyes in general. I'm not specific to under. Has 10 seconds left in round 3.
Nice counter from Taylor there. Nice combination from Lopez. But watch the heads. Watch the heads. Ooh, yeah, break him up. Please break him up.
And a little dance from Teofimo Lopez as he makes his way to the corner. As we are 3 rounds into our scheduled 12-round World Championship fight. Taking a look at the CompuBox numbers through 3 rounds, Teofimo Lopez has thrown 110, 111 punches now. And landed 28 of those. Josh Taylor has thrown 88 punches and landed 29. So they both landed about the same amount of punches, just more has been thrown for Teofimo Lopez. Both landing above 25% as well.
It's a good fight. It's a good fight so far. Almost through the ropes. And here's that little sneaky shot. Oh. Yo.
That was for the comment on the kilt, no?
The guy had to be. Hold that.
That was for that dig earlier in the week, no.
Don't disrespect the kilt.
Round 4. What are you liking so far from each guy?
I was just about to say, I love how they both come out blazing right at the rip, right? Especially Josh Taylor just came out just as a rip, and then here comes Teofimo Lopez.
He means out the beginning.
Yeah,
not everyone understands that.
Out the beginning of in the round, folks. They just come out strong.
Good left hand landed there for Taylor.
And a counter with a counter hook from Lopez.
And again, double jab Taylor. Some body shot score.
Yeah. The both of them are really aggressive. I'll tell you that. So I can't tell you who's aggressive in this one, but they both have aggression. A little push. That was a push.
Clearly.
Yeah. And Teofimo Lopez going back there into the body. He's definitely been investing a lot with that right hand to the body this fight. So I don't know. Let's see how that plays out. Nice count, nice little hook from Lopez.
Good hooks there on the break from Teofimo Lopez.
Hand speed. Nice
and a nice uppercut gets inside from Teofimo with the right hand. Down to the body with the stab jab. Yep.
Good round so far from Lopez.
Taylor looking to answer to some of these big shots, but the last 30 seconds, minute has been Teofimo Lopez, who seems to be finding his rhythm more so here in round 4.
Nice stab again. Again, you know when a fighter hits you with a good body shot when the opponent tries to come back with a body shot himself. Josh Taylor tried to throw a right hook to the body, but it just missed Teofimo Lopez by a couple of inches.
He's in with the big right hand from Lopez, and that good answer with the straight right from Taylor.
See Teofimo Lopez trying to counter on Taylor's his jab now. Oh, nice two-part combination from Teofimo Lopez there.
He timed that one perfectly.
Yeah. And I will say this, you know what I like what that Teofimo Lopez is doing? Every time he feels that Josh Taylor is ready to attack or come forward, what does Teofimo Lopez do? Takes a step back and takes a lap around the ring. Oh.
Big shots to close out round 4.
Great round for Teofimo Lopez.
The best round of the fight so far for Teofimo.
Listen, don't lower yourself. Don't lower yourself to just keep fighting, okay? You're not going to cut shot you and touching you, slowing the pace down, getting the one single up. Get your hands out for me. You're just coming out a bit tall. Once you come out small, slide to the right, but listen to me. You're not throwing enough, okay? You're throwing the singles and then you're allowing them to rest and then hold off and touch you. He throws the singles, right side, push out, push, then slide in again and come. I want a bit more activity of you. I don't mean that by getting reckless.
Telling them you're not doing enough. You're letting him rest. I want to see more.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Yeah, but that was just a tangle of the feet there.
No, I mean he's not wrong in terms of allowing Teofimo Lopez to rest at times. Because you see Teofimo will sit back and wait. Even now, he'll sit back and wait, and now he's playing the counter puncher. Before, in the interviews, Teofimo Lopez gave credit to Josh Taylor being the counter puncher, but he's making Josh be the aggressor in this fight. And feeding off whatever Josh Taylor does.
And he's turning his back.
Yeah, not a good one. Not
You
good on
can't
his
do
part.
that if you're Teofimo Lopez. You can't turn around and turn your back.
Against anyone in there.
Right, no punches, no punches. No punches, step back.
Lopez Sr. looking for the right hand after there he clips Taylor with a good shot.
A good left hand.
Sure it was.
Little up jab. That's what they call a little up jab.
Taylor using some feints now, not really throwing that jab hand.
Good ball. Oh.
Shot and a nice counter
yeah.
hand from Taylor.
He caught him. Here comes Taylor. Nice little pivot to the side before Taylor threw that left hand. I like that.
Is this fight, Jamel, going the way that you thought that it was going to go through the first quarter?
Honestly, it's actually more entertaining besides all the trash talking within the ring. Like we're getting a good showcasing of two highly skilled fighters in the ring, and I'm actually impressed to see what Teofimo Lopez does with everything he's been going through building up to this fight. But again, Josh Taylor is definitely game. And here he comes.
Yeah, and I would say for all the questions about the mentality of Teofimo Lopez coming into the fight so far, I mean he's more than holding his own against the lineal WBO junior welterweight world champion Josh Taylor.
I would just like for Taylor at least to implement more feints, because Teofimo Lopez, obviously he's sitting back and he's crafty and he still has power in him. I don't want to see Taylor get hit with a big shot because, you know, he's being careless and just trying to be too aggressive.
And you can see the difference in the hand speed on display.
Yeah.
Teofimo Lopez has been a little sharp and quicker with his combinations so far.
But Taylor has definitely been more aggressive with his approach as well.
You're not fainting enough. You're not busy enough. Just dropping your hands down by your chest and keeping your head up tall. Keep your hands up and slide to your right. Bend at the waist and keep changing the level for me, okay? But listen, when you're on the inside shot, you're looking for left hand, and you're hesitating. Don't hesitate. Be smart. Once you're in that position, I want you to go, okay? Touch them up, start low, and then reach them up.
You're looking for left hand, and you're hesitating. The words from Joe McNally in the Josh Taylor corner.
And he could be hesitating because, again, like you pointed out, that hand speed on display. And it's like, right now, again, Teofimo Lopez is playing the matador and the counterpuncher. So whatever Taylor throws, yeah, he has to make sure to bring it back because Teofimo Lopez is trying to counter everything.
Lopez telling us that we're going to see a slick boxing exhibition. Things go my way, I want to just box. His father has said it, we're going to box the brakes off this guy, kind of have been quotes around, but he's done a little bit of both. He's moved around the outside and shown some slick boxing, but he's also stood in there and thrown shots like that with Taylor.
Taylor so far definitely is controlling this round, his first 30 seconds.
You hear Taylor's corner telling him, don't hesitate, don't hesitate. But right now, I mean, you want to see him at least, you know, keep popping that jab out there. I know it's not always as effective when you're fighting as a southpaw, an orthodox fighter. Right. I know it's not as effective of a shot, but you can tell his corner wants him to keep throwing that shot.
But it can be if he uses lateral movement by, you know, Taylor's going the wrong way. If you use that jab, go to your right and box. Keep turning him just like that. Just keep turning him because you're lying to your people up with your left hand eventually by keep turning him.
Back into
just like that.
Now he lands a good shot. Does Taylor, and Teofimo looks to hold him. Action resumes again now.
See, right now, this is where I'm pretty sure Josh Taylor's corner wants him to be first. There we go.
And I would say I expected Taylor to be a bit more aggressive than we've seen in the last couple of rounds.
I mean,
I understand the educated work rate, and that was something that they were going for. But there's moments where, I would like to see him be first.
I mean, but he has been aggressive. He usually starts off the rounds like that. But I know what you mean. Like moments like this when he needs to turn it back up. I understand. But again, when you're in there with somebody, you're in there with another highly class fighter in there. You got to be smart with your approach. You don't want to rush everything.
Oh, I agree with you. And you have firsthand knowledge of that as we get a pause in the action for a low blow.
Okay, all right, ready to go? Ready to go? Okay. Wait a sec. Time in! Box, guys.
Just under 20 seconds left in the round now.
Oh, good. Two-piece combination from Teofimo Lopez, followed by a body shot with the left hand from Teo, or right hand.
Teofimo's father liking what he sees right now as he has Josh Taylor backed up once again with that aggressive pressure, and a cut looks like it's been opened underneath the right eyebrow of Teofimo Lopez.
Woman's done. You don't see it. Give me break.
Nice little dip. Get out the way of harm's way, look over his shoulder. Where's he throwing at?
You see the blood coming from that cut.
Yeah, that cut though. You gotta take care of that cut though.
Send it straight top of the chest, and you dip into him, okay?
Give me a show right now. Give me a show right now. You better go give me a show. Tap, tap. Hit him. You can't take the fight. You buckled it right now.
Stellar cuts before, cut over the left eye in the 11th round against George Kambosos, cut over the left eye. The clash of heads with Vasily Lomachenko. He is dancing around the ring now. Feeling good.
Hey, you gotta stay focused though. This is Josh Taylor now. This ain't no. Hey.
But that is who Teofimo Lopez is.
Yeah, that is Teo. Yeah, Teo.
We've always seen it.
But I'd rather see that at the end of the fight. Don't do it right now. Don't make that man mad.
Well, we're halfway through the beginning of the 7th round now. The WBO and Ring Magazine World Championships on the line at the Madison Square Garden, and these two pick up where, exactly, where they left off in round 6. His Teofimo Lopez's corner saying, let's go out-muscle him. Looks to land that right hand down to the body.
Josh Taylor's got caught with a little sneaky left hook there for a moment ago. But that's what I mean, being a little bit too over-aggressive at times. He has to set up for the finish because Teofimo Lopez is just sitting back waiting. He's just waiting. Like now, he's waiting, see?
Lopez gets in a right hand there, and Taylor is on the back foot for a second. Once again, the crowd has risen up to their feet.
Nice counter.
Hand gets in from Taylor.
I was just about to say, Taylor's getting hit because he's getting countered with that left hook from Lopez, but he answered right back with the left hand of his own.
And another one there, and another one there from Taylor. Taylor's shots have come, though, one at a time.
Yeah.
They haven't been thrown or connected in a series of shots as in a combination. It's really been a big left hand here, a big left hand there.
I mean, like I say, we see him clearly landing, but I get it. Like, we need more of it. We need more of it. Especially when you got a guy like Teofimo Lopez where how he finesses you by, throwing punches punches in bunches.
Or just even after the left hand, if he just came back to a jab. Taylor gets out of range from that shot from Teofimo. Big shot gets in from the right, and a left hand from Teofimo. Nice right hand through the guard at the end of that round. Caught Taylor.
Yeah, knocked him off balance, and that could be the deciding factor in who won that round, for the judges at least.
That was a nice parting shot there from Taylor.
Yeah, hold that.
Excuse me, from Teofimo.
That's the hold that shot.
He's hurt. That boy is hurt.
He's hurt. It's up to you to just keep it going, man. It's up to you to give it to me.
Weigh in and maintain the pressure on him. Okay? If you're hesitating too much, I want the combinations. 2 hands.
For those that were concerned and were two hands, son. 2 hands. People would look, considering some of his comments and his mental state. I mean, I have to revisit that again. I mean, so far through half of the fight, he's lived up to his word and delivered.
That right hand was beautiful so far. But yeah, like you said, he's
being able to pull it all together.
He got
fight night and pull it together on Taylor as he caught Teofimo with a couple good shots here to start round 8.
And Josh Taylor's definitely in it to win it.
Oh, absolutely. What adjustment do you think could be made from Taylor here?
No, I think Josh is doing a lot of good things right, but you can't just walk in there. You can't just walk in there like you just attempted. You almost got caught there. But again, start throwing some feints because Teofimo Lopez is waiting for you to come through the front door just like that. Nice again. Nice right hand from Teofimo Lopez. But it goes what you were saying earlier with Josh Taylor at times. He'll throw one here, and then it might land, and it might be a good shot, but it's just not enough.
And he slips in a left hand there to the body of Teofimo Lopez. The referee warns him to keep him up, but it looked like a good shot.
But it looked like also Teofimo kind of like jumped into that shot a bit. So I wouldn't say that, Josh was intentionally trying to go low. He was going for a body shot, but how Teofimo loves that leap.
And he got his head right off the line in time from that left hand that was coming from Taylor as he lands the right hand. A little catch and a big shot lands for Taylor. Teofimo takes it well. That was a solid left hand.
Great shot from both individuals. Another left hand to the body from Taylor.
Beautiful exchanges here from both fighters. 1 minute left here in round 8. And both give a little shimmy back and forth. Things are definitely heating up.
Good fight. Good fight.
The most clean punches of the fight for both fighters landed in the last minute of this round.
Good body shot from Lopez.
He also gave himself a little bit more space, though, to work right there. Some of the action's been a little messy because they've been so close.
Yeah, but you see that little sneaky uppercut from Lopez a minute ago? I like how Taylor went back to
He jumped right into that shot, just picked him right off with the left hand.
Now Teofimo Lopez is feeling it. Break him up, bro.
And his dad loves it.
Oh, yeah.
Because he can sense that his son has found something that's working for him. The most clear round of the fight there for Teofimo Lopez. That was a really good round.
That boy looking sharp tonight. Little sneaky. It's like the little tricks you think he's playing or you think he's showboating, and bam, he'll just come out of nowhere with a burst of energy. Josh Taylor has to, just remain focused. I know he still has a lot in him. He has the mindset of a champion. He is the champion. He just has to stay focused all 3 minutes of the round. Teofimo Lopez is a very deceptive fighter in there.
Well, I think sometimes, too, how Taylor starts the round and gets out ahead, and then Teofimo finishes it.
Yeah.
You're kind of wondering what that lasting impression is in that round.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Again, that goes in terms of like a big fight like this. Those things kind of sway the judges at times. And again, it's not that Josh Taylor isn't trying. It's where his feet are at. It's where his feet are at. Because if you look, Teofimo Lopez is check hooking him by keeping his lead foot on the outside of Taylor at times.
Got that right hand in there as well.
And even on the inside of foot of Taylor, what does he do? He sneaks in the right uppercut at times. When Josh Taylor falls in that bit. Oh, nice sneak. That was sneaky.
Down to the body, then back up top. Taylor answers with the right hand.
Nice little jab over the shoulder of Josh Taylor. You saw him a moment ago. Followed with the right hand from Teofimo Lopez. And now he's trying to sneak in the uppercut. And the uppercut's coming from because Josh Taylor is too eager to get it on the inside. that he's jumping into harm's way. And here comes Teofimo Lopez.
Taylor now briefly switching to orthodox and then back into a southpaw stance. As he pushes forward there, lands a nice jab with the right hand.
Again, Josh Taylor is definitely game. He's definitely pushing it. He's definitely trying. He just has to put it together and be smart. Nice from Taylor. Love the lateral movement. Get on the outside, Josh. Keep going on the outside. Nice combination from Teofimo Lopez there. Follow with a right hand. Another right hand. Another one. Oh!
Combination got through the guard.
Oh, she just spit the blood. Did you spit out his mouth?
Oh, and that hand speed is something else right now.
Yes, it is.
And that is giving Taylor the biggest problems in this fight, the speed differential. Uppercut gets caught with the counter left from Taylor.
Oh, body shot.
Big body shot there from Lopez.
You're letting him get off. You hear me? You're backing up.
Take a look at that action.
And there's a
Like I
right
said,
hand.
the combination punches, the hand speed like you pointed out, the stabs to the body like you pointed out also earlier. He's going to continue doing it, knocking Taylor off balance. I mean, that's probably the clearest round that we've actually seen, at least from Teofimo Lopez in terms of winning. Yeah, I think that's more clear on that one.
That might have been. You probably have me there. But you can tell which fighter has the momentum.
Swaying, definitely. See, Josh Taylor still, sitting in the corner, using every second, and his trainer trying to rally him up. Referee warning in Taylor's corner.
About the time that they're taking in between the fight. In between the rounds. As we start round 10.
Nice jab from Taylor. Like I said, get that. Oh.
Nice right hand.
Another one.
Teofimo to start round 10.
Double jab from Taylor.
Taylor looking to score with that right hand.
I think overall,
left hand scores for Taylor.
I think overall, like for Josh Taylor, he should focus more on boxing instead of like being so eager to get Teofimo Lopez. Because you can see Teofimo was waiting for him to lunge at him, and what happens every time? He'll throw a combination or a nice sharp counter. But I think if Josh Taylor actually just uses his height and his reach and just box a bit to collect himself, he could probably be a little bit more effective. Because it's not so much of what Teofimo Lopez is really doing. It's the fact that Josh Taylor is giving Teofimo Lopez opportunities to catch him in spots. Good work overall from Teofimo Lopez, though, from taking advantage of those things.
Taylor inching forward closer to Teofimo, trying to use those feints, but as he finally lets his left hand go, blocked by Lopez.
But he got the right idea. Back him up. But be smart. Don't jump in. Use your range. Use your reach.
Walks right into a right hand there.
Yeah.
Lopez.
See, when he does stuff like that, he opens himself up. I get it. He wants to get to his man, but he has to just be smarter and patient. Just like that. Nice little left hand from Josh Taylor.
That left hand scored between the guard of Lopez. Down to the body goes Taylor.
honestly, I don't see the foul in that because he wasn't like it was a break. He was told to break. You know, he took a step back and threw a body shot. Good defense from Teofimo Lopez.
Taylor slipped a good hook there and was looking to land the left hand. There he goes. Landed there for a minute, and then Teofimo clinches. Double jab from Taylor, something we haven't seen in a while. Swings wildly with that left hand, though.
That left hand has some heat on it.
Okay, you see what I'm saying? You back them up, but listen to me. Still too many singles when you're on the inside. Drop the level and whip them up.
Nice shot from Lopez. It's been the right hand. It's been the right hand all night. And the sharp punches, combination punches, and just been basically he's basically been throwing Josh Taylor off balance and off his game all night, just by staying composed and being slick and patient. And if between you and I, Christina, since we're in the building, can we say that Teofimo Lopez is kind of taking, Scotland out of the fight in this building so far?
I think that's a fair assessment. Every time the crowd has been loud or you've seen them come to their feet, it's when Teofimo Lopez has had a
rally.
Flurry, a rally, if you will. And I will say this, Teofimo Lopez looks better tonight against better opposition in Josh Taylor than he did in his last fight, another southpaw against Sandor Martin. He's upped his game tonight.
Yeah, and that's what kind of happens with certain fighters, including with Josh Taylor, like he put it out with the Carroll fight. He was too busy looking ahead and wasn't, he didn't think of the competition as much. But at times when fighters get in there with a man that's just as sharp and skillful as them, they step up to the plate.
These are the championship rounds here, Jamel. Rounds 11, rounds 12. Can Teofimo Lopez do enough to walk away with world titles tonight and become a two-division world champion, or will Taylor
nice slick.
take those belts back to Scotland and remain the lineal NWBO junior welterweight world champion?
Slick stuff from Teofimo Lopez. Like you pointed out, if we had any doubts or any questions, he's certainly answering them right now. Nice counter.
And, the resume of Josh Taylor and the guys that he's fought at this division, 140 pounds, there was questions about how Teofimo would line up with those guys, and I'm saying he's giving them as good of a fight as any of them.
Especially the way he's performing tonight. I'm more confident in him. I mean, it's not over, but I feel a lot more confident in him moving forward in this division from the way he's been looking tonight. Oh!
Big shot there lands for Lopez. Taylor takes it well.
Yeah, good chin from Josh Taylor. Good
down
body
to the
shot.
body goes Lopez. Again.
And then he listens to his father. His father's hit him again in the chin. But it wasn't an uppercut. He wanted an uppercut.
I mean, have you been able to really feel like Taylor has gotten into much of a rhythm in this round 11?
That's a good assessment.
And I'm thinking of sitting here thinking about him being in control and being in rhythm and being loose, and I don't feel that feeling from Taylor.
You know what? He got hit again.
He got clipped again with a shot. He's trying to hold a bit now, but his legs do not look steady here. 10 seconds in round 11.
He's fighting.
Down to the body goes Lopez. Taylor holds.
And Christina, to go back to what you just said just a moment ago, you know what I'm getting from this fight? Remember when Josh Taylor fought Jose Ramirez, and Josh Taylor was saying that he wanted to get into Ramirez's head for Ramirez to be aggressive in that fight, I'm kind of getting the same thing in this fight, but now it's the roles have flipped, and it seems like Josh Taylor had like something that's going on in his head that Teofimo may have said or done, and now he's being he's overly aggressive. Even Junior's in the corner drinking water. The trainer drinking water.
I mean, he's capable of doing a lot.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at some of the shots here. I mean, this is a beautiful counter shot, and then he slips under the shot of Taylor.
And the uppercut. Yeah, the uppercut's been there all night.
That's right, baby. Give me everything.
This the 12th and final round in this World Championship fight. Down to the body with the left hand goes Taylor. These guys need to give it everything they have right here. Teofimo Lopez has got to get and take it from the champ. The champ has to show what got him here in the first place.
Exactly. And I think that's the first time I heard the crowd chant T.O. T.O. So that should give you a good assessment of how this fight's been playing out. Went from boos to cheers. But it ain't over yet. And here comes Josh Taylor.
A lot on the these fighters, and Taylor once again is slightly unsteady on his feet.
And here comes T.O. Every time he leans over to his left, he's loading up that hook again. He sees it. He feels it. And you can see if you're looking on the TV right now, you can see the crowd standing up on their feet. Oh!
A minute and a half to go. Lopez with the body shot there. Had Taylor hunched over briefly. Taylor's holding now.
That's probably the first real official clinch without them being tied up from southpaw conventional stances. But that's the first real clinch of this fight, in my opinion, or one that I've seen in a long time.
Teofimo Lopez has thrown over 150 more punches and has landed at a 30% clip in this fight. 35 shots to the body. He has his back turned. He's feeling it. A minute to go.
Great action. Great action. But again, I'm surprised to see this from Teofimo Lopez. Great stuff.
Well, he answered a lot of questions tonight. We don't know how the decision is going to turn out. If anybody thought he was going to look mentally unstable in the ring, he absolutely did not.
Well, Christina, he may have heard you because you said decision. I don't think he wants to go to a decision right now. 20 seconds left. Oh!
He tags Taylor again. The crowd is on their feet. Taylor holding.
Great fight.
10 seconds to go. Will we hear Amnu? Has Teofimo Lopez done enough as he jumps to the corner? Or will the scorecards go in the favor of Taylor? Body language says anything. Taylor walked solemnly to Teofimo Lopez for that embrace.
And he gave him respect. I love that, though. I love the fact that they both showed respect to each other.
I appreciate it.
That's what it counts in here.
Taylor's trainers now lifted Josh up on his shoulders to make a walk around the ring. This one is going to go to the scorecards here at the theater at Madison Square Garden. It is in the judges' hands now. Did the champ do enough tonight?
That's a great question.
Or will Teofimo Lopez become a two-division world champion? Let's take a look at some highlights.
Yes, the highlights. That right hand That right hand was on point all night from Teofimo Lopez. Bam. Slips out the way. Offense, like we always say, offense, defense, offense, defense. Then you see the sigh of relief.
I think that in that moment, when he put his hands up, Teofimo felt like he knows that he had done enough tonight. That he put on a performance worthy of having his hands raised and
is it safe to say though?
To the plate.
It is safe to say though, from both of us watching his career over the years, that is probably one of his best, if not his best, performance outside of Lomachenko.
Well, and the thing for me, too, is that he finished strong as well. He finished the round strong, and he finished the fight strong.
Exactly. That's my point, because in the Lomachenko fight, he kind of died down in those mid to late rounds.
Until the 12th, right.
Loma had that rally to the 12th where he needed that round, and in a lot of our opinions to win it. But this fight, he was very consistent on his approach from start to finish. If anything, he turned it up as the rounds went by. I just felt like Josh Taylor tonight just couldn't get his rhythm, and he just couldn't break the code of Teofimo Lopez tonight. Josh Taylor's still a great fighter in his own right, but I don't know. I just don't know.
I just thought I was going to see a little bit more in terms of the pressure from Josh Taylor tonight.
I think he did great under pressure, though.
In combination?
The
pressure moving forward, yes, but with the amount of punches being thrown, I mean, Teofimo, let's look at the CompuBox numbers now while the judges are still tallying up the scorecards. 515 total punches from Teofimo, 341 from Josh Taylor. Teofimo landed 40% of his body shots to 31% of the body shots for Taylor. 39 shots to the body for Teofimo. The CompuBox numbers do not tell the entire story of a fight. I completely understand that.
They give you an idea. They give you an idea. They give you an idea, folks.
40% of the power punches landed for Teofimo. Mark Chinook is in the ring now. I believe he has the judges' scorecards tallied up, so we'll hear the scores from the judges, and then we'll get some interviews and show some more highlights. But again, a nice show of respect from both of these men. Neither one of them on their back on the stretcher tonight.
Yeah, I was looking for that guy. Nobody was close to deaths, none of that mess, none of that garbage. Just classic boxing. And more importantly, they showed each other respect and mutual love at the end of that fight. That's all that matters.
And there's a smile finally from Josh Taylor. I was waiting.
Oh, he wasn't smiling.
To see how his demeanor was going to be. You know what I mean? You're the champ. Josh Taylor, undefeated, a spectacular resume. This is 20th professional fight. Will that O remain, or will Teofimo, the takeover Lopez, improve his professional record now to 19 wins and become a two-division world champion? And in his mind, undisputed twice, because he truly does feel that Josh Taylor is the lineal undisputed champion, because he never lost those belts.
Absolutely. Also, to ask you a question, do you think that it was the right move for this type of fight for Taylor to change trainers from Ben Davison, though?
I'm not sure, because I don't really know what that relationship between them was like, but he obviously felt like he needed a change. He said, of course, that this was the best weight cut, the best training camp. He feels the best that he's been. So, yeah, I would say that it was the right move. Maybe the game plan needed some adjusting, but I don't think that having that man in his corner.
In the chemistry, I get it.
And I wish I could hear more, honestly, what that was like in the
I wish we could have seen more. And then they have... know, but I see. I don't know if that's Teofimo's old lineal title.
It is. They brought all the belts from 135 with
I'm like, what is going? But I see Paco over here. You know, the WBO president, also putting on the WBO title too.
Is that foreshadowing?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I think we have an idea of who we think won the fight, but we're not. We're not the judges.
Yeah, but be respectful. You know, he's still the champion until you make the decision. I don't know what's going on with this. Okay, they just coming out with belts from all over. I don't know where they come up with these belts from.
And I'm getting word that we were waiting for the network here in the States who went to a commercial break before the decision is being announced, so that is the delay. But here's a look at those numbers I was telling you about before, the CompuBox numbers, the amount of punches thrown and landed. These are power punches, to be specific. You see that 40% clip I mentioned. Here's Mark Chanel.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds here inside the theater at Madison Square Garden, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Steve Gray scores the bout 115-113. Joe Pasquale scores the bout 115-113. And Benoit Roussel scores the bout 117-111. For your winner by unanimous decision. And new WBO Lineal Junior Welterweight Champion of the World, The Takeover, Teofimo Lopez.
Great performance. Great.
And the Takeover, Teofimo Lopez, 19-1 now as a professional, and is now the WBO and Ring Magazine World Champion at 135 pounds. 140, oh my goodness, I just had a flashback of him winning the titles at 35. 140.
Hey, he proved
Two divisions. Here, listen in.
You're disrespecting boxing right now. What kind of shit is that? Hey, Teofimo, hold on. We're on the network right now. You last time you were in this ring, you questioned whether you had it or not. What did you prove tonight? Huh? What did you prove tonight after questioning whether you had it or not last time you were in this ring?
Listen, I just want to thank God first. He has given me this glorified win. I'm so thankful right now. It's been a long time coming. We just beat the #1 ranked guy, #1 champion, lineal world champion, Josh Taylor, former undisputed world champion, 2-time undisputed world champion, Teofimo Lopez.
You talked about how you were comfortable with southpaws. How were you able to decipher Josh?
Josh, I do want to say one thing. I think I let my emotions get the best of me. I do not want to take your life. I want you to go back to your family, my man. And I apologize as a man. All right?
Games. It's all fun and games. I never took it to heart anyway.
Yeah, I feel you.
It's more than that to hurt my feelings. It's more than that.
I got you.
Walk me through how you were able to decipher his southpaw stance and be so dominant tonight.
You know, Josh Taylor, man, he's a tough dude, man, and I can see why he beat so many fighters. But you gotta counter the counterpuncher. You gotta outsmart the man and get in there, you know. And I did that. I think I did enough. And this is what it's all about. I question myself for a good reason. You guys don't understand. I've always been my worst critic, and you guys got a little glimpse of it. But I just gotta ask you one thing and one thing only: do I still got it?
Answer from the
Classic.
crowd. The other thing, you talked about going back to being gordo tonight. Explain to the fans what that means.
Slick Boxer Gordo, man. If you know, you know. So this is all what it is, man. I'm so grateful. It was just all about fixing what we needed to. That's why I don't leave my coach. I trusted him a lot, and I knew there was something going on, and God showed us the tools that we needed to bring back Slick Boxer Gordo, and we won tonight.
Before I go to Josh, I want to ask you one thing. You hold the belts now.
Hey,
he wants to do it again. You hold the belt, though. Who do you want next at 140 pounds?
Really, my next battle is actually in court for my son. So that's really what's my next battle. I'm not really focused on who I'm going to fight next.
And, you know, to my son, Liam, Yaddy loves you so much. I told you, punchy, punchy, punchies. Thank you very much, Teofimo. Josh, if we could have a word with you really quick, Josh. I got to get to Josh. Josh, tonight, first loss of your professional career. What happened?
Hey, listen, no excuses. Wasn't my best, but listen, better man won on the night, so I've got no excuses. I prepared to the best of my ability. Felt amazing in the gym, felt brilliant, you know, so I've no excuses. Just he was better on the night tonight, so yeah, it is what it is. For congratulations to Teofimo. And I thought it was a close fight, but listen, that 117, 111 was way too front, so I'd love to do it again. I'd love to do it again with him. And I definitely know I'm better than that, and I know I can beat him, so yeah, I would love to do it again, but he's the champ, so the ball's in his court.
February 2022 was the last time you stepped into the ring. The layoff, did that have anything to do with it, or was it all Teofimo tonight?
No, the layoff had nothing to do with it. I've got no excuses, you know, just he was better on the night. You know, so I think I'll probably most likely be moving up to light welter now. But, you know, no excuses, he was a better man tonight. I've no excuses, so well done.
19 times you've come away the victor as a gentleman. Today you've done the same. Thank you very much, Josh. Joey, sent it to you.
Respect to both of those athletes who stepped in the ring tonight, but I think you said it best, a throwback, a vintage performance tonight from Teofimo Lopez, and some scorecards that were maybe a little bit closer than you and I thought, with the 115, 113 two times, meaning only one round separating the two, the 117, 111 card, maybe 116, 112. But let's take a look back at how Teofimo got this one done tonight. I mean, early, Josh Taylor was off
Josh Taylor started out really good, strong, sharp, fast. But over time, Teofimo Lopez, you know, you could say he got the timing of Josh Taylor's rhythm and pace, and then he just honed in after that.
There were some rough moments early on, some warnings for low blows and clinching and hitting on things that were looking like a break, but overall it was Teofimo who kind of got the gears in motion and clicking on all cylinders early, and I just never felt that rhythm tonight from Josh Taylor, and he showed that he had the more dominant hand speed, landing beautiful shots like that, and Taylor was just never really able to put it all together, and he made no excuses, did hint at the fact that he may be heading north to 147 pounds after spending so much time.
Rightfully so. I think that's been long overdue anyway in terms of Josh Taylor. He was squeezing down to 140 as long as possibly can. He still put up a great effort tonight, just came up short, but I wouldn't be mad at 147.
Jose Ramirez is in the ring now, a potential suitor for Teofimo Lopez, but nonetheless a lot of options. He's the man at the division now with those world's titles. I mean, a fight against Prograis would be great. There's a lot of good opportunities. Boxing's in a really good spot right now, and those fights are being made, and that's the most important thing. So everyone that's tuned in to watch us around the world, for our production crew in the truck, my producer and director Marty Corwin, my broadcast partner tonight, great job Jamel Herring. Always a pleasure.
Great job.
We'll do it again soon. I'm Christina Poncher. We're signing off now from the theater at Madison Square Garden, and the takeover, Teofimo Lopez, is now the junior welterweight WBO and lineal world champion.